need for them to work in synergy in making sure that mobility is being provided to the committee in charge of flooding in Ahoda East, so that to enable them cut away people's belongings down to the camp, and also to convey people gradually so that it will not be a burden or much load on them when the flood will surface. I believe since fueling and all the rest, everything is costly now, and this is the best time for mobility to be provided and to begin to convey things and put preparation on ground.
Hector also called for tighter security around the camps as he recalled incidences of shooting and raping in some camps during the last flood. He further pleaded for the deployment of medical personnel to attend to the health needs of the displaced persons.
And it's also be good that they put a medical expert on ground, doctors and nurses. During the time of the flood, people will want to give birth. People may have one sickness or the other. And I'm also pleading too that in the area of security, the local government chairman and the state commissioner of police should also double their effort in making sure that the whole camp in Ahoda East is also going to be security ensured, so that no life will be lost. People go into camp raping people and all the rest. So we are pleading that to double this time. If need be, there should be more deployment of security agencies to enable the people that will live in this camp have free rest of mind.
As the world marks World Mangrove Day, the Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project has called for concerted effort to safeguard mangroves across the Niger Delta. This was made known in a statement by the HYPREP project coordinator, Professor Nani Barini Zabi. Professor Zabi stated that the project will restore 3,000 hectares of oil-degraded mangroves in Ogoniland and plant 10 million mangrove seedlings, the world's largest restoration of oil-degraded environment. The theme of this year's celebration is encouraging people to demand the protection and restoration of global mangroves. The recently announced increase in fees of federal government unity colleges across the country has continued to elicit reactions from Nigerians. Speaking with Today FM's correspondent, a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Environmental Engineering at the River State University, Tom Ndamzi, faulted the action of the federal government. He argued that the increment will have a negative effect on education in Nigeria.
How can the children of the poor go to school? Meanwhile, minimum wage remains what it is. I feel that the policies of the federal government as regards to education should be taken gradually and in phases. When the minimum wage is being effected, this can now come on board, whereby most parents
seen their decision and shelve the idea of any increment in tuition in its unity schools, as the economy is already biting hard on families.
It's ill-timed. It's happening at a time it's supposed not to happen. Nigerians are already passing through trying times, occasioned by the removal of the fuel subsidy. So trying to increase tuition fees or any other thing is like trying to aggravate the situation. It's like adding more fuel to fire. What the federal government should do now is to rescind their decision on the increase on the tuition fee for unity schools. And if there be anything that the federal government is supposed to do now is to even see how they can subsidize other aspects of the Nigerian economy in order to cushion the effect of the subsidy removal.
Following the worsening economic situation occasioned by the removal of petrol subsidy, Nigerians are beginning to make adjustments in their usage of generator sets to power their houses and businesses. Due to the epileptic nature of power supply in the country, businesses and households rely on generators to get electricity. But with the removal of fuel subsidy and the subsequent increase in the price of petrol, popularly called fuel, most Nigerians have been forced to either ration their generator usage or do without electricity. Some residents of Port Harcourt explained to Today FM how they have been coping with the situation.
I'm no longer using fuel because when the price of fuel actually increased, in the night we normally use fuel of 3,000 naira or fuel of 2,000 and also 5,000 naira fuel. We can use a day and or 2 days. No, but at a point when the fuel became 500 and something naira, we're not even able to afford fuel that can last for 2 hours. So the cost of the petrol really affected us that we're not even able to run our generator up to 3 hours any longer. So we had to convert our generator generator to gas. And since we started using this gas cylinder, it has been very awesome.
The increase in price of fuel has brought a negative impact to businesses. This has increased the cost at which we run business in the country. My business that runs from 7 p.m. in the evening till 11, I have to spend 3,000 naira amount of fuel every day. This is something I used to spend 2,000 naira for 2 days.
In other news, the trial of a suspected notorious cultist, confidence criminal popularly called General Ila, Precious Mona, Lobde Lega, and Sonia Barisaga, who are facing charges on murder, cultism, kidnap, and possession of illegal firearms, continued yesterday before a River State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt. At resumed hearing, the leader of the conscience of Ogoni people, Gani Toba, testified that the killing of Mwenalo Sunday, who was a pharmacist, was the reason Zakmo people deserted the community. Toba insisted that General Ila and some members of his gang were living in his camp inside the forest until the peace and reconciliation he initiated in the community. Toba, who is also an indigene of Zakmo community in Kanaluku government area of the state, alleged that General Ila and members of his gang beheaded the pharmacist and chopped off his private part before throwing him into a pit inside a forest in Zakmo community. He also disagreed that the leader of the Iceland cult group was the leader of the local vigilante. Toba further clarified that his quest for chieftaincy position was not what caused the rift between him and General Ila and members of the cult group. Today, FM reports that the trial judge, Justice Augusta Kingsley Chukwu, adjourned till 28th of July 2023 for continuation of cross-examination of prosecution witness. The abductors of a River State journalist, Prisba Wokocha, have reduced the 150 million naira ransom demanded for her release to 10 million naira. Her husband, Anthony Wokocha, revealed this to journalists. Meanwhile, the police and the state say they are doing everything possible to secure her release. The Nigerian Police Force says it has unveiled an app, Police VGS Quick Emergency Report and Response System, aimed at tackling crime and criminality in the country. Acting Inspector General of Police Olukayo Deegbetonko disclosed this in a statement. It said the Police VGS is an additional option to the already launched C4I NPF Rescue Me map, which represent the epitome of the Nigeria Police's commitment to the security and safety of members of the public. He also said the application has been modeled to ensure prompt response and referral in the event of emergencies. The National Rice Producers, Processors, Millers and Marketers Association of Nigeria River State Chapter has appealed to the federal government to channel the 19.2 billion naira set aside to cushion the effect of last year's flood on farmers to good use. The River State chairman of the association, Godwin Akondo, made the call during an interview with Today FM's Olawale Sanusi. The NAPMAN chairman said the money approved by the National Assembly as a palliative to address the massive destruction of farmlands due to the 2022 flood crisis should not be hijacked by those he described as political farmers. Moving on, the Enugu state government says it has sealed no fewer than 106 shops and 2 banks in the state for allegedly observing Monday's sit-at-home order imposed by a factional leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Simon Ekpa. The governor said all the sealed businesses would remain sealed for 1 week, after which his administration would consider either reopening them on certain conditions or selling them off. The governor, in a statement by the secretary to the state government, Chidebere Onya, said the shops and banks were sealed on Monday by officials of the Enugu Capital Territory Development Authority. Onya, who led the exercise on Monday, said the action was in line with the governor's warning, adding that Mba's intention was not to punish businesses but to encourage and inculcate the spirit of no sit-at-home in traders. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. We'll be right back after the short break.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of the news. Operatives of the Department of State Services have rearrested suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, after a tussle with officials of the Nigerian Correctional Service. Emefiele's rearrest occurred on the premises of a federal high court in Lagos, sitting in Ikoyi, after Justice Nicholas Owebo admitted the suspended Apex Bank governor to bail in the sum of 20 million naira. The judge has ordered that Emefiele be remanded at the correctional center pending the fulfillment of the bail conditions. However, officials of the Nigerian Correctional Service and operatives of the DSS fought over the custody of Emefiele. This prompted Emefiele's lead counsel, Joseph Dauda, senior advocate of Nigeria, and other lawyers to raise an alarm about their client's planned rearrest by the secret police. When the prison officials moved to take Emefiele into custody pending the fulfillment of his bail conditions, the secret police challenged them, and it led to a fight. Meanwhile, human rights lawyer Femi Falana has asked the federal government to direct the Department of State Services to obey court orders. Falana's calls came on the heels of the face-off between the SS operatives and those of the Nigerian Correctional Service over the custody of the suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele. Reacting to the tussle in a statement, the senior advocate of Nigeria called for the sanctioning of the security officers who attacked officials of the Ikoyi Correctional Center. Emefiele is being prosecuted by the federal government on 2 counts of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. The National Association of Resident Doctors has declared an indefinite strike. The resident doctors who revealed this in a short statement listed their demands to include the immediate payment of the 2023 MRTF, the immediate release of the circular of 1-for-1 replacement, and the payment of skipping arrears. The list also noted the upward review of CONMES in line with full salary restoration to the 2014 value of CONMES, the payment of the arrears of consequential adjustment of minimum wage to the omitted doctors, and the reversal of the downgrading of the membership certificate by MDCN. Other demands are the payment of MRTF, new hazard allowance, skipping and implementation of corrected CONMES in state tertiary health institutions, and the payment of omitted hazard allowance arrears. The strike comes after the association on July 5 issued a 2-week ultimatum to the federal government for the implementation of all its demands. The Central Bank of Nigeria has raised the monetary policy rate, which measures interest rate, from 18.5% to 18.75%. Acting CBN Governor Folashodun Shonubi made the announcement after the bank's Monetary Policy Committee meeting in Abuja today.
The MPC thus resolved by majority to raise the monetary policy rate. 6 members voted to raise the monetary policy rate. 4 by 25 basis points, 2 by 50 basis points. 5 members voted to hold the monetary policy rate constant. All members voted to narrow the asymmetric corridor from plus 100 to minus 700 basis points at a new level of plus 100 and minus 300 basis points around the MPR. In summary, the MPR voted to raise the policy rate by 25 basis points from 18.5 to 18.75%.
This is the first decision of the Monetary Committee since President Bola Tinubu's assumption of office on May 29, 2023. It is also the first decision of the committee in about a decade without embattled Governor Emefiele, who was suspended as the governor of the Apex Bank on June 9, 2023. On the foreign scene, Cambodia's Hun Sen, one of the world's longest-serving leaders, has announced he will resign as Prime Minister and hand over to his son in coming weeks. The anticipated announcement came 3 days after his party again won all the seats at an uncompetitive election. Analysts say the 70-year-old Hun Sen has become increasingly authoritarian after nearly 4 decades of rule. He first flagged the transition in 2021, but until today, no one knew when that would take place. His eldest son, Hun Manet, has long been groomed for the role and was until recently the commander of the Royal Cambodian Army. In sport, Joe Louis, the owner of the Tottenham Hotspur football team, has been charged with insider trading by United States prosecutors who allege the billionaire shared stock tips with employees, friends, and romantic partners. Louis faces 16 counts of securities fraud and 3 counts of conspiracy for alleged crimes carried out between 2013 and 2021. U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, said the 36-year-old British mogul had provided inside information to people close to him for years in a brazen scheme worth millions of dollars. Louis' lawyer, David Zonau, said the government erred in charging his client, whom he describes as a man of impeccable integrity. In entertainment, Davido's logistics manager, Israel DMW, has apologized to the Muslim community over the controversial video shared on social media by the singer. Recall that Davido came under heavy criticism for sharing a music video of his signee, Lagos Olori's new song, Jailo, which captured people praying in Islamic way and dancing. Following the backlash, Davido deleted the controversial video on his social media pages, but the Muslim community still demanded a public apology from the singer. Israel DMW, who apologized on behalf of his boss in a post on his Instagram story, stated that the video is purely an entertainment effort that was wrongly presented. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Youth in Ahoda East have appealed to the authorities in the local government area and River State to provide buses to help residents of the local government area relocate to higher ground to avoid impending flood. The Enugu State government has sealed off over 100 shops and 2 banks for allegedly observing last Monday's sit-at-home. On the foreign scene, we told you that Cambodia's longest-serving leader, Hun Sen, has announced that he will resign and hand over power to his son in a short time. Prince Ajubo edited the news. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Lucky Maxwell. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM, and we will make your day.
It's a triple experience on this frequency. Talk, news, and sports. Right here, every day on Today 95.1 FM. The voice of the people.
Some people will carry human head in their boots and they will not charge them because they are collecting bribe.
When they go collect salary, then go say government need to pay them way. All these taxi drivers safe. They don't even get papers. Even driver's license safe, they no get.
Hey, you back there. Hold on there.
Their cars are in bad shape, very, very bad shape. They have no ethics of driving. That is why they will continue to bribe so that they can have their way.
I will shoot you now. I will shoot you. Headlights, you no get. Side mirror, you no get. Motorway to where carry animal. Now you take put for road to carry human being. You never even wind the motor when rain they fall. You no get conscience at all. Take, you be number 15. You be number 5. More than enough you get on a number.
Let's allow them do their job. Do not obstruct justice by giving or taking bribe. Avail yourself a check. Even you, Oga driver, stop reckless driving and always update your papers. This information
is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
Officer, give me change. Now 1,000 I give you.
Are you tired of paying rent? Wouldn't you like to own a house of your own? Stress no further, because with just 5 million naira, you can become a proud owner of a 2-bedroom apartment and 4-bedroom smart terrace duplexes in a serene environment within GRA. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is
1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about it.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
must hold the pace, you can't mess with her mind. She feels the same, she'll let you know. Just prepare yourself and be ready to go. And I hope this message stays in your mind, cause you almost lost a girl who was right on time. Here's one more thing that you got to know. Just cool it down and stay in control. Cool it down. You got to cool it down. Watch out, you're gonna lose control. Cool it down. You gotta slow it down. Slow it down. Cause you're gonna fall in love. And all I keep thinking about is her in my arms. And I'll never be the same until you are mine. Oh, listen to me, let me tell you why you all coming down on me, trying to tell me how my life is supposed to be. I know you're only trying to help me out, trying to show me what life is really about. But this time out, slow it down. Cool it down. Slow it down. Ooh, boy, I love you so. Never, ever, ever gonna let you go. Once I get my hands on you. Ooh, boy, I love you so. Never, ever, ever gonna let you go. I hope you feel the same way too.
Girl, I do. This rhyme, this time is one of a kind, blowing your mind like only the Candyman can. Like a heavyweight champion, knocking them out, another bout without a doubt. Once again, you can scream and shout when I rock the bells, yell out my name. This is what you've been missing. Listen to my heartbeat while I'm whispering. I know you're suffering. So sweet, a Candyman, sweet nothings. Hugging and tugging and rubbing, loving it all, having a ball. All y'all girlies next to me, talking sex to me. We can't do that yet, but I bet we'll chill.
Candyman, tell him the truth.
We'll still end up knocking the boots. At every show, there's this groupie. Artist knows what she wants to do to me. She knows my name, knows every rap routine. But how'd she get in my limousine? Don't act a fool, don't drool, I'm just a performer. I was cool, but the room got warmer. Norma cornered me in, her and a friend named Lynn. Then they checked me into the Holiday Inn. I didn't let them win, said my pockets was thin. She blew me a kiss, I knew she wasn't new to this. I didn't want to, but the devil made me do it. To the tick-tock, yeah, don't stop. We knock boots till 6 o'clock as we lay. All night long and early in the morning, she sang this song.
I like the music. You know, baby, the melody is really nice. But I know you're not gonna sing that song.
Ooh, boy, I love you so. Never, ever, ever gonna let you go. Once I get my hands on you. Ooh, boy, I love you so. Never, ever, ever gonna let you go. I hope you feel the same way too.
Girl, I do. Tunnel of love is what I'm entering. When I mention it, you're surrendering. Giving it up like a good girl has to. Living it up. Eventually you ask to stay. You're gonna pay for this. Just rest your breasts on my chest. Yes, I'm impressed with the way you cold love me down. I don't wanna sit down, I just wanna get down. I'm on the ground down on my knees, like James Brown singing please, please. Round 2, I'm down to do what it takes to make you understand. I'm the candy man and I melt in your mouth, not in your hand. Hard as a rock, yes, I'm no sucker. The boots I knock make me one bad mother. Knocking while I'm hip hopping. Many people say my lyrics are shocking just because of the simple subject. Everyone should love this cause everybody does it, whether they admit it or if they deny it. You better keep quiet or else you might have to see a few skeletons. But girl, that's irrelevant. Break out the bottle of Asti Spumante, pop off the top and rock with my posse. Sheila Al, Big Deal, and D-Fly. We ask the questions, you give the reply. MC Chip, Big Rob, and Bud. Rocking on the waterbed, knocking on the rug. I'm just playing, what I'm saying ain't ill. Girl, you should know I'm real. Real.
do as long as I'm living. I'm thinking of you and the things you do to me that makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy. Hey, it's you and the things you do to me that makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy. All the time, it makes me glad that I'm alive. Together, we will survive. What do you think brought the sun out today? It's love, baby, love. Oh, help me say, without love, there's no reason to live. Without you, oh, what would I do with the love I give? All my loving to you I'll be giving, and I promise this I'll do as long as I'm living. I'm thinking of you and the things you do to me that makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy. Hey, it's you and the things you do to me that makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy.
Day and night, night and day. You're thinking about me and you say that you're living in ecstasy. Ecstasy. Am I your snuggles, your only love bug? If so, come and give your angel a hug. You can't live without me, no me without you. So honey child, here's what I'll do. To prove my love is deeper than the deepest well, I'll serenade you to the backing of a church bell. I'm your one and only, and you're my only one. I'm thinking about you because you're second to none.
Thinking of you that makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy. Dreaming of you, thinking about you in every way. Thinking about now I'm living in night and day. Thinking about you in every way. Thinking about now I'm living in night and day.
Face me. We're going with the Embrace me.
I manifest. Lyrics I lit.
Hyper, snap, made it hyper.
Beat to the brain like a bullet from a sniper. Win no loser, smooth like the cruiser. Beat the beat down, I'm the beat bruiser. On to off to off, on and on. This is the new breed of rap song. To the T.O.P. Yes, the top, I rock the spot hot. To be or not to be, yes to be. MC Turbo beat.
Smooth in the groove, yes, this party.
Peace of mind, time to unwind. Chip and dip, slip the hip, now dip to the techno house of hip.
Cause this is the call of snap.
Hard to hold it, burn it, go. We made the jam, broke the mold, so it can't be sold. Took the bit, stolen, take it, move to the groove, dance floor, shake it, up and down, you spin around, you check the sound, hands in the air, feet on the ground, party hard not to party, moving close.
Body to body, somebody, I go make ya, somebody, I go make ya, somebody, I go make ya, I go way ya, somebody, I go make ya, somebody, I go make ya, somebody, I go make ya, I go way ya, somebody, I go make ya, somebody, I go make ya, somebody, I go make ya, I go way ya, somebody, I go make ya, somebody, I go make ya, somebody, I go make ya, I go way ya.
Alpha One, the only son, the only child not mild, but the kid is wild. Code name is Turbo. Jam and jump and jam. Call a snap and snaps in command. To the point, correct and exact. This is the call of snap.
Hyper, snap, made it hyper. Yes, this party. So this is the call of snap.
has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Thank you for joining us. Here is the business news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Lucky Maxwell. The International Monetary Fund has projected that Nigeria's economic growth will decline in 2023 and 2024 due to security issues in the oil sector. It stated that the country's economy would grow at 3.2% in 2023 before declining to 3.0% in 2024. The IMF discloses in its latest World Economic Outlook update titled Near-Term Resilience, Persistent Challenges July 2023 report. In its report, it revealed that Nigeria's growth is below projections for the sub-Saharan African region, which is expected to grow by 3.5% in 2023 and 4.1% in 2024. Also, Nigeria's economic growth projection for 2023 and 2024 did not change from the Washington-based lender's projection of April 2023. The Central Bank of Nigeria has reaffirmed its commitment to gradually phase out the old 200, 500 and 1,000 naira note while issuing new currencies. This announcement was made by the acting governor of the Apex Bank, Folashodun Shonubi, during the Monetary Policy Committee meeting held at the CBN headquarters in Abuja. Recall that in October 2022, former CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele unveiled plans to redesign the 200, 500 and 1,000 naira bills. Providing updates on the demonetization policy during the recent MPC meeting, Folashodu clarified that the old notes would gradually be replaced over time. Folashodu also explained that they are slowly replacing the old notes with new notes by printing and sending it out to banks. Meanwhile, the Central Bank of Nigeria has vowed to tackle forex pressure as the naira continues to slide against the dollar. The acting governor of CBN, Folashodun Shonubi, who made this known, said the bank will address the demand pressure on the country's exchange rate. He gave the assurance, noting that the market needs to find its level. He explained that the market is unable to cater for pent-up demand, stressing that once it is cleared, the volatility will normalize. Moving on, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has disclosed that the airlines involved in the recent contaminated aviation fuel were cooperating with the investigation. Recall that the NTAA suspended all the Boeing B737 aircraft in the fleet of Max Air because of contaminated fuel found in them. The Director of Public Affairs at NTAA, Sam Adoroboye, disclosed that they had not been to identify the fuel stations involved in the contaminated fuel. He claimed that the process of identifying the fuel stations involved in the contaminated fuel was delayed due to the loss suffered by the owner of Max Air, Dahiru Mangal, during that time. However, he said that the airlines involved were cooperating with the agency and taking the required steps. The Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has executed over 374 projects in the distribution subsector of the Nigerian electricity supply industry to boost power supply nationwide. The NDPHC disclosed this in its July 2023 report titled Maximizing National Integrated Project by the Executive Director of Networks, Ifeoluwa Oyedele. It stated that the project, worth over $1.2 billion, had been handed over to various power distribution companies, adding that the sum will be refunded by the DISCOs. In his presentation, Oyedele stated that the project had been handed over to the DISCOs. Legal asset transfers was ongoing and awaiting evaluation exercise by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. You may wish to know that the NDPHC is incorporated under the Companies and Allied Matters Act as a private limited liability company with shareholding fully subscribed to by the federal, state and local government with a mandate to manage the power project tagged National Integrated Power Project. On the foreign scene, the Director General of the International Labour Organization, Gilbert Hongbong, has called on G20 labor and employment ministers and other world leaders to address skill gaps. Speaking recently during the G20 labor and employment ministers meeting in India, Hongbo urged leaders to invest in social protection and adopt sustainable financing for employment and social policies to reduce inequalities in the global labor market. According to ILO, the meeting highlighted the need to sustainably finance social protection, extend social security to more workers, including gig and platform economy, and address the global skills gap. The ILO said ministers agreed on specific policy priorities to accelerate progress on the first two challenges and a set of policy options regarding the third. And that's a business news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Two-step to the spin around, man. Step like it's
Excuse me. Why even my friends have asked me that why didn't you prosecute yes a weekend? You've forgotten that Goodluck Jonathan would never have supported the prosecution. There was no EFCC by that time.
Excuse me. I'm tired of thinking that when they sit there, they are talking for themselves.
We had thought it would be better, but they are going from worst to worst.
When I removed you from my office, he was taking the bottle of the history for less than 1 hour.
There is no point engaging in the exchange of words at all. Because there are many
engage? How would they engage? I mean, it's just normal.
Excuse me.
Get it when it's hot. We drop it like it's hot. Cause we're second to none. Today, 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
You can never plan the future by the past. He who has a right to live can bear almost any out. Lost time is never found again. It is the province of knowledge to speak, and it is the privilege of wisdom to listen. I don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. In the end. It is not the years in your life that count. It is the life in your years. Make it count with us. Make it count with us at Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events, and businesses on Today 95.1 FM. Get value for your money as millions of people get to know about your business. Give us a call now on 0818-389-2850. Again, 0818-389-2850. Put that down now. I go match and down. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, I'm gonna shoot that police. They go over.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Wait up, 2 seconds.
God, hey, Jesus. Straight bullet, though, what kind of country is this? Hey, boy, I just said to go and buy something. What kind of thing is straight bullet from well? I'm finished, though.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family, or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No. Security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
It's a new day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the garden city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. How are you doing? Today 95.1 FM is here for you all day long. Cheers to a wonderful day. Stay tuned.
right, welcome to Business Today on Today95.1 FM, where we'll talk about business. And today we'll be looking at the rise in the price of building materials. Have you built a house recently? Have you bought building materials recently? How are you faring? Have you built your house from foundation level to lintel level, or to window level or lintel level? Have you roofed? Are you done with your private house? Have you moved in? How do you feel having finished your house? It might interest you to know that prices of building materials have gone up, and it is affecting the real estate sector. For those who are commercial builders, and then for private builders, like for instance, for you who wants to build your private house. So operators are lamenting right now as we speak. In the real estate sector, they've said that the hike in prices of cement and other building materials may trigger a drop in building standards or houses. For people who build, like developers who build social houses, what they basically do is they do it in such a way that the money, total money payable will not be too much. And then they at least build it to a certain standard so that, the house can stay for as long as possible. But they are saying that with the present rise in the price of cement and other building materials, may trigger a drop in building standards of houses. Because if you're building social houses, there are ranges of amounts that you don't go beyond. Else you won't be able to sell those houses. Now, industry chiefs in separate interviews noted that the recent price hike of building materials will increase, number one, cost of production, reduce the company's profits, that's for people who are building to sell, and affect the viability of the sector's value chain. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Fame Oyster & Co., Femi Oyedele, said that the surge in the prices of building materials might force project owners to review contract conditions. He said definitely contractors who have started building projects will be going back to their clients, as in project owners, to review the contract terms. For instance, if you gave money to a building engineer, as we speak, if they've not finished your house, there will be need, for contract review, because price of building materials have gone up. That's the truth. We're going to look at this and then one other issue on Business Today. Now, he said definitely contractors who have started building projects will be going back to their clients, as in the project owners, to review the contract terms. The increase in the price of cement will affect the conditions, price, and rate of completion of building project. It will also affect the demand for building products, as the increase in price of cement will affect prices of houses. Similarly, the Chief Executive Officer of 730 Real Estate, Oluwole, said firms would have to factor in the increase to arrive at their cost of production, which in turn will affect the sales price. So maybe before, for a house of average 2-bedroom apartment or 3 that should go for 5-6 million, might be going for 8-9 million after everything. Now, for you also who wants to build your private house, you just wanted to build small 2-3-bedroom apartment. You need, I think for 3-bedroom apartment, you need between 3,000 to 6,000 blocks. Now, you've set aside a certain amount of money to buy cement, to buy blocks, to buy sand if you want to mold by yourself, or maybe if you want to buy blocks. I don't know how much a block is right now, 6 inches or 9 inches, I don't know how much it is. But I remember then there was a time, people were buying one block for, I think, that was a very long time. I don't know the present rate now. So what impact do you think this will have on the real estate sector? One, what impact do you think it will also have on private builders? I'm talking about private individuals who want to build just small houses for their family. It might interest you to also know that the deficit in housing in the country on paper is around 20 million, but in reality is much more than that. Because you ask the question, how many people have their own houses? And what impact do you also think it will have on rentage? For people who are building now to rent, some people probably have their retirement benefits. They want to put up, some structures, maybe self-contained, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom apartment, maybe 6, 7, 8 pieces or 10 units or 20 units as their retirement plan. By the time they are done with a hike in cement price and with also the hike in other building materials, because you need cement, you need sand. The truck that will convey your sand from the site down to the sand site down to your own site will charge you more, because there's 7.5% on diesel. So the man will charge you more. The truck owner will charge you more to move the sand. Then the man who is also bringing cement, even if you buy from a particular warehouse and they have trucks, they will also charge you a little bit to move it down. You also need to buy rods. Rods have gone up. The price of rods have gone up. What again? When you're done building, you need to also equip your house with electrical materials. Electrical materials, most of them are imported. The price have gone up, so you will have to pay more for cables, lighting essentials and all that. And then for tiles, the price of tiles have also gone up. The price of sink and every other thing that you need to fix your house. You need to also buy wood or if you have small change, you can of course do iron roofing. So price of all the building materials have gone up. So what impact do you think it will have for those who are building for rentage, for the private developers who probably do 500, 1,000 units in large scale to sell? There are private developers who build to sell. So I'm aware that there are houses you can buy for 7 million, 2-3 bedroom apartment. They don't usually use very sophisticated materials to build them, but it's average. They use good materials to also build them. But now it means it will go up a little bit. For probably a house of 7 million, they might sell it at the end of the day for 9 or 9.5 million. And we don't have a structured plan where you can take mortgage and buy a house. You start living in so you can be free from rentage. And then for those who are also building privately, just for their family, you're not building to rent out to other people. What impact will it have? You have to build, you have to budget more money. So if you've been able to save small money, for some people, probably you have a landed property, you want to start building. First thing is, you start molding your blocks, you save money again to, start foundation. You build to foundation level, you jam and floor, then you kick off from there down to window level, down to lintel level. Then you have to roof it. By the time you start roofing, if maybe before, for a 3-bedroom apartment, you needed maybe 2 million to buy all the roofing materials, you might at least budget more money for that, maybe 2.5 or 3 million as the case may be. Generally, how is this impacting the real estate sector? For corporate organizations who build to sell units, for private individuals who are also building for their families, or for private individuals who want to build to rent to others. So let's talk about this, major issue. Housing is very important for every individual, for every family. If you have your own house, you know what it means. You can breathe well. You can breathe well. That's one major issue we're going to look at. Then number 2 issue we're going to look at is the fact that the CBN has said they are committed to gradually phase out the old 200, 500 and 1,000 naira notes. Fola Shonubi, who is the acting CBN governor, said this during the Monetary Policy Committee meeting held at the CBN headquarters. Now, you recall that last year, Godwin Emefiele, who is currently between the DSS and the NCS, brought up, in conjunction with former President Muhammadu Buhari, brought up the redesigned 200, 500, 1,000 Naira bills. We don't need to go into details of that. You know what happened, then. So, but the acting CBN governor is saying that they are slowly replacing the old notes with new notes by printing and sending it out to banks. My question to you, I went to the bank this morning. I actually went to UPTH this morning. So from there, I decided to withdraw small money from that bank, opposite UPTH. From 2, I'll tell you what I saw in UPTH today. So I didn't see any new notes. I don't know. Are you in possession of any new note, either 200, 500, or 1,000? Have you been seeing it? Because with what the acting CBN governor is saying, that they are slowly phasing out the old notes and reintroduction of the new notes, that they are printing and sending it out to banks. But in reality, please tell us if you've been handling the new notes, the 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira new notes. Have you been seeing it? Are you handling it? I've seen a few, but maybe in a month I might see like 2 or 3. That's the 200 and 500. The 1,000, I've not seen it for a very long time. So please, let's talk about these two major issues. The housing issue, the hike in price of cement, hike in price of building materials generally. If you're currently building your house, please, we want to have a first-hand information. I was trying to reach out to David Umana, who is a real estate developer, but presently he's in a meeting. Maybe before the end of the show, he will be able to call in and then tell us what's happening in the real estate sector. If you're currently building your house right now, what's the experience like? Maybe 6 months ago or 5 months or 3 months ago when you bought cement or any building material, and presently, how much are you also buying these materials? Let's talk. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Maxwell.
Dakuku, welcome.
Yeah, this is Dakuku from Abokeche, the first son of Eche.
Yes, please.
So, Maxwell, for this policy you are talking about the CBN, as I'm here, if I can tell, after they stop using, that they should continue using the old currency. I've not been seeing the new currency again. Before they do anything or whatever they want to, they make sure that they have printed enough music to new currency, 200 Naira and the 500 Naira, 1,000, so that people can use it. So we not to enter another suffering again. Combine the one we are suffering now. Let them do it amicable and to have the Nigerians to be considered. I'm just telling the truth. I have not seen it again. After they banned that, they suspend that of this thing. So this is that existing. So they have to know what to do now. I've not thought this new currency again. What I thought is this old currency, 1,500, 200. Let them do it better. That's what I want to tell them. Because these people want to kill these people in this country. I'm sorry for them to do all these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Dakuku. 0810-9510-951, 0817-0000-951. Feel free to join the conversation. Two major issues. The housing sector, we're looking at that. Hike in price of building material is affecting the sector. If you're currently building your house, please, we would want a first-hand experience. Join us on the conversation. And have you been seeing the new note? The acting CBN governor is saying they are slowly phasing out the old ones and printing new ones and distributing. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. How are we?
Great. Good to have you.
My name is Daniel.
Yes, please. Go ahead, Daniel.
I think for real estate business, just like every other sector in Nigeria, a bag of cement as of March is 4,500.
The bag of cement right now is 4,500?
Yes. No, March. As of March is 4,500. As of even May is 4,500. As of even first week of May,
4,500, okay.
But currently from that 4,500 to the June ending, so the first week of July, he entered 4.8. Of yesterday, 5,000. So when you look at it, you are having almost a space of 1 month plus or 2 months thereabouts. You're having a difference of 500 naira in a bag of cement. A bag of cement that will contain how many hectares. So I don't know. That is why I keep on saying, what is a valid policy that's full of the by youth that will then with a ceiling that was from 2,500 came down to 1,450. Buhari policy does not even change that industry at all. The current government, I don't know.
Hello? Hello? Uh-oh. So sorry about that. Hello? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, sir.
Vincent calling from Buri.
Go ahead, sir.
You know, this very topic today, this building material topic today, I have been shouting things. And nobody wants to say anything concerning it, but thank God that today you brought this topic. I'm very happy. Just like the last caller said, man, hello, can you hear me?
Very clear, sir.
Yeah, I'm into a little building now, and I find it very difficult to buy cement. When I started that building in 2015, during the time of Goodluck Jonathan, I bought cement 1.4, it go to 1.8, it will later come down 2,000, it will return down because the cement price is not stable. And as of then, 12 mm rod, E-rod 12 mm was 900 naira for one. And the 8 mm rod was about either 700 or 800, 10 mm, just like that. But 12 mm rod was about 900 naira as of then. But 12 mm rod now is about 4,000. Just as cement go on, that's how the rod will also go with the cement. So I believe that 900 naira 12 mm rod now is up to about 4,500 or something like that. Then a bag of cement now, just like the last caller said, it's 5,000. So when I make my project concerning the building, it's because of this cost of material that delayed that building up to now because of feeding and some other things. You could not go into the building. If not that now, I should have supposed to reach the house. As of then, a bundle of Cameroon beans was 39,000, 40,000, 45,000 naira. But now it's about 120 going to 150. Just before now, if you want to talk about the main this thing, zinc, a bundle of zinc. The original Cameroon now is 200 and something thousand naira, just bundle 50 pieces inside. So you could see the kind of country we are living. So now if a bag of cement is 5,000 naira, then how Okada man is going to build house? With Okada man be able to build house? With a driver be able to build house? With a bricklayer be able to build house? With an ordinary laborer be able to build house? Even the civil servant that is spending 100,000 naira has children that is training to schools, higher institutions, can he be able to build house? So this Nigerian government, I don't know, we are not in democracy at all, because even, I'm not saying that military should come over, but even the military era, that time Nigeria enjoy. What is the problem now? What has changed? What is happening to these leaders? Why not give license to people that will join and run this business? No way. Okay, listen to radio stations and collect ideas? No way. Okay, we have made a lot of studies. We have been calling, suggesting on what to do. It's as if we are not getting solutions. In fact, now, I was planning to go home this weekend or next few weekends to continue in that business. I only have some few work to do, then I ran this up. Look at the challenge that we are facing. Just give the house. Now the rent station is going higher. So I'm praying that something rush will not happen to Nigeria. That is my prayer, because the way things is going, as we come home, we will no longer apply it again. Thank you and God, good day.
Thank you very much. You can imagine when you started a building, and you were buying cement for 1,000. I remember then when cement was 1,000 plus. And then probably because of the rise in hike, you've been unable to finish that building because you still need to take care of other issues. That's the point. If you have to, for instance, if you're building a 2-bedroom apartment and you need between 3 to 4,005, depending on the design of the house. 3,000 to 4,005 blocks, and maybe you want to mold. You want your blocks to be of standard. You're doing 45 blocks or 50 blocks per bag. So do your math. If you need about 4,500 blocks, that means you need like how many bags of cement, and then how many trucks of sand just to mold blocks alone. Then you now proceed to digging your foundation. Then you need cement and rod to do a solid foundation. We are not talking about workmanship for the building engineer, and then for those you're going to, assuming probably you're paying the building engineer to start the building and finish. So he is going to pay his workers, or you pay him his own money separately, and then you will be paying workers daily pay and all that. By the time you factor all that into it, no be being so. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, I call you about network cut me.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So I think, as I was saying, I don't know the policy that the past government of Goodluck did that still, and the cement industry come that in a considerable price that we can be able to build houses. Real estate and shelter is one of the essential things that every human being desires. And the other side of it is I realized that of recent, he look like he's more of Dangote cement. Is it that other people does not have license to bring in cement in Nigeria or to have the industry of cement? Because when one particular individual is in charge of this whole thing, that is why you see this kind of increase that you may not even explain. There are no competition, because competition brings a price changes in the market. Seriously, if I begin to tell you the effect of this in real estate is so much. Whether you're bidding for private, whether you want to resell. I even doubt it currently that anybody can say 3-bedroom flat for 9 million, including with the land. Which part of Port Harcourt is that? I really very skeptical, because I wonder how much are you going to spend that you're going to spend 9 million. Couple that your land is going to defend, finishing it on, how much will it take? I'm very skeptical if it's going to happen. As far as I'm concerned, one of the government policies that government have to look that will be good. You have to be shelter. Because that is a very essential thing. Every mankind, you can't do without it. Nobody, in fact, if you don't have where you put your head, you will be restless all your life. And even if you say you want to go increase your rent, the people that are paying the rent, where is the money now? It's not by saying that, okay, I want to increase it. If you increase it, you begin to go to court with the tenant because he's not able to pay. Where will the person, where will he pay the money and pay? Where will the person pay the money? At the same time, if you want to collect exactly the same rate, you go to the market, the money, in fact, the money is valueless. What will you do? So it's not as much as it's affecting the land, it's affecting everybody. As a result of what I call a very bad government policies over the years. I don't know why that one person will bring it cement, only then with cement. I'm not against it, by the way, I don't know the policy. But I believe that in every society, when we have competition, definitely the price will drop. I don't say this is why I will buy one bag of cement. One bag of cement for 5,000. I don't just get it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I just did the math for 4,500 blocks, that can carry, let's say, 2-3 bedroom apartment. You need about 500,000 to buy only cement. If you do your math, if you're molding 50 blocks per bag of cement, you need about 500,000 to buy cement alone to just mold blocks. Then how much is a trip of sand? How many trucks of sand, how many trips of sand do you need to mold that quantity of blocks? You count that. Then the people who are going to mold it, you have to pay them. So you put that. So we are talking about close to $1 million just to mold blocks alone. That will be enough for your 3-bedroom, at least at most 3-bedroom, let's just say 3-bedroom apartment with at least 2 kitchen, 1 big store. All the bedrooms should be en suite with their own toilet. Putting all that into consideration. Blocks alone. No? Hello, good afternoon. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, myself. This is Prince calling from Benjamin.
Okay, sir. Can you speak up, sir?
Okay, this is Prince calling from Benjamin.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Actually, I don't know who is that person that said 9 million can build a 2-bedroom flat too. If 15 million will not even be, even in the rural area, not to talk about urban area. I can even waste my credit to do that math for you now. I was trying to calculate something with my friend, just a self-contained outside land, close to 2 million naira. You're talking about one bag of cement, 50 pieces is one bag. No, if you want it solid, 5 inches, you get 30 pieces.
Let's just extend it to 35.
5 inches block, you get it 30 pieces. If you want solid block, the one they do in block industry is 60, 50, that is not solid. But if you want a solid block, 5 inches, it's one bag.
I know. I have to put it at that rate so that at least now, so averagely.
How many bags you get just for molding for a 2-bedroom flat? See, the truth of the whole thing is, our leaders, I will not use that word wicked, no. Our leaders are the problem we are having. This thing is just make one sentence. Either the president or the president. Today, I want to reduce every cost of building material. So everything will come down. It is not about calling meeting, not everything. There are millions of people who have money. All we need is land. There are millions of people who have money. What we need is land. What happens? It's because other people will do business with them. Don't give. Who know who and who know. Don't do this. Just only 2-3 persons that people doing it. And we should also understand that this is not even coming from that area. Because of the way we play politics, they have not put politics in everything. For example, now we have for example, now let me just put it, for example, now this is Biafra people now, Igbo now. If you watch, they are the major people who import and all that. Now they are also fighting from that angle, just to frustrate the government. The answer to when we are talking about the food items, I have friends over there in North. The way we are buying things, they are not the way they are selling things there. Now, the security agencies are also contributing to. Because by the time you see those who are carrying those from the north, if they tell how much they are paying on the road down to here, Port Harcourt, you cry. And you don't expect somebody who went there to buy something. For example, you buy one cover right 20,000 naira. And you spend up to 40,000 naira from the transport and all that. The government need to spend 41,000 naira. But ordinarily, go to north, they are telling you 20,000 naira. Highest thing we're supposed to pay that year is 21 or 22,000, but they're telling 45 because of the expenses. Caused by the Nigerian security agencies. It's not only say police, army, road safety, all of them are included. Now look at the building material. By the time you get a container, will carry other things to say to work. You clear this, you clear that, you clear this, you clear that. You have more than 20 agents. At the point, you even have community agents, local government agents, state agents, French agent, Ilo agent, everything. And all those you are paying money. So what do you expect somebody who is doing business? What do you expect that person? Now, look at this fuel now. They get a competition. So many people are importing from this. They have a meeting. Even if there are many trying to say, maybe they buy that fuel for 400 naira. And they say, okay, let's sell it for 450. They will say, no, let's sell it 600 naira. Hey, you want to be a good American. You want to sell 500 for 450 to get 50 naira. You will see the cabal will clam on you. Will clam on you. So what do you expect? And all this is they rely on the federal government who have the power. Say no, I want to put and stop to this. But because they will try and go to the federal government, not even indirect, they have agents that will meet them. They will give them, take that, and they will allow them, they will come to the radio and tell us story. The government is doing this. Who told the government that? Sometimes most of these things, the president himself is not even aware. It's the people around him. The police, the army, the other. Sometimes he's not even aware of what it is. They give him wrong information. Wrong information. And they'll be collecting money from it. That at the end of the day, you add all those things. Come to the house, how much are they renting house now? Back, you spend to build a house. But now, the next 20 years, you are still struggling to get that money back. That is very cheap. Very, very cheap to rent. Very cheap compared to the money. compared to the money you use to build a very, very cheap anywhere, both in Port Harcourt, but even in the city, very cheap. So the problem we are having is our leader. Not even the people doing the business. It's our leader, because those who cannot just do business without the leader permitting them. So let them give license to people who are ready. There are people who are ready, who understand the business, who know the business, who have the mind to say, even if I want to clap, I am ready to fix them. They will not give to those people. Want to give to those soft people who will come and see them later. That is the problem we are having.
Thank you very much for your time. You spoke extensively there. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello, okay. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Pastor.
Yes, please, go ahead, sir.
Yes, when you're talking about housing, prices of building materials. So, here in River State, I wonder why we don't have a cement.
Why we don't have what?
A cement factory. Like maybe Goa or Dangote. Most of them, they build this, where they have this cement factory, the price is less. Like in Kogi, Tabajana area where they have it. Price of cement in Kogi and price of cement here.
How much are they selling it there? When you say, it's relative. When you say it's less.
Yes. After that time, it was 4,000 something. Yeah.
And it's still high now.
So what I'm saying, after the time, it was 4,000 something here. After that time, it was around that 3,000.
It's still relatively high, because there was a time we're buying cement. In fact, there was a time we're buying cement for 800 naira, right?
No, that's the olden days.
No, not olden days. During Good Luck's time, how much were we buying cement? 1,000 plus.
That Good Luck time now, as far as Nigeria is concerned, it's a very long time.
No, but when you say olden days, you're talking as though, when I was a child.
No. It's just recent. But what I'm trying to emphasize here is that when there is production in a place, it will at least reduce it a little. Then when we talk about government can do low-cost housing. I don't know why the government doesn't have that plan. No? They do low-cost housing to help. Not building houses for people that are already rich. When you see them start embarking on housing projects, you see them building for judges, people that already have money. Instead of going for the lower class cadre, build for that already. So I don't know the kind of government they have here in the state. Other states emphasize on civil servants, as in the public, the general public, they must try to get low-cost housing. So even they just to put it, and they back in there start paying gradually. Here, you build for people that already have money to build anywhere in the world, to go and build for them again. I don't know the type of policy the government of that state have for housing. So if they can build low-cost housing, they can do it with 200 billion for roads. If it's used for housing, you know how many houses that thing will come out. But such money is wasted on roads that is not even needed at this time. So I don't understand their government, but let them be doing that. The people support them and they are clapping for them. Whatever they do is okay. So everybody is going to hearing it until good government come on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Social houses. I've been talking about that on my show often, but it seems as though that's not the priority of government. Even though it's actually an investment on the part of government, that government will still, get the money back. But it will take some time for them to get it back. So it's not as though it's going to be free totally. For instance, if government decides to embark on such project, it's not going to be free, but it gives some form of relief. This is how it works. So they have this arrangement with the mortgage bank, and people are scrutinized who are interested. If you do 5,000 unit or 10,000 unit, you share it across board, public sector, private sector, but they must, of course, assess your line of income. And then once you're good to go, in 6 months they can build those houses, which of course will create jobs also. And then when they are done, people are scrutinized. You get your flats or your self-contained, as the case may be, according to your income. If your income is less, you can of course go for the self-contained apartment. You live in while you're paying. It's called rent-to-own arrangement. Within a period of time, 5, 10, 15 years, it will help. But, well, until it becomes a priority on the list of government projects, it can be done. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Nonsa. I'm calling from jail.
Yes, please.
Yeah, my own contribution is this. As long as it's only Dangote that is producing this milk or producing other things in Nigeria, the price of things will keep going high. The federal government should give license to other people to produce so that later the competition in the market. That's the only way price of things can be able to come down. Look at only Dangote they give the franchise to produce milk. Okay, when Ibeto and other people are producing, what was the price then? These are the things they need to take. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, is it not also pertinent on the part of these governors, just like the electricity bill has been signed, to see how they can also push the federal government to allow them give licenses, as in state government give licenses, not necessarily federal government now, just like the Electricity Act now, where states can give licenses to private investors. And even that particular act that gives powers to the state, I've not seen any state governor, having any meeting with any investor to see how they can go into that area. So how will it, won't it be nice if the governors can also push for them to get the power to give licenses to people who want to go into cement production and other building materials, instead of always importing and importing and importing. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Master.
Wellington, good to have you.
That's a nice one. But the kind of government, the federal government, the kind of government we are running is a monopolized government. A monopolized federal government whom their interest is first before the citizens. The essence of leadership is to create record, keep history before the end of time. But in this part of the world, I just want to be the most richest man when I was in governance or president. That's the most focus. Not saying now, in my tenure, my people were enjoying, people were rejoicing. No, they don't want to do that. That is why it's a one-sided thinking government. That's why we're praying for a man who has a liberal heart, a man who can see 30 years to come and say in the next 30 years, I think a newborn baby will say, yes, I have established. From my mother's womb, I could be able to say, indeed, when I come into Nigeria, there is hope and there is life. If not, what does it take to have a cement factory? What does it take to have a refinery? In fact, my friend in Singapore says, I think they have about not less than 15 refineries working. That's an insult to a country like Nigeria. We don't have even one working.
Some of those refineries are owned by Nigerians. Are you aware?
If they are, I don't want to know. All I know is owned by. I don't want to know. It's not in my country. Refineries are not in Nigeria. They are not. So if it's owned by Nigerians, it means they are not in my country. They are from Singapore. It's not my country. I'm talking about Nigeria, my fatherland. I have nowhere to go. I can't leave this country. I told my friend I can't travel until I see Nigeria better. Even though I go to London, I go to US. Nigeria is still my home. I can't do without Nigeria. Because I know how you will do. You see that you are in Nigeria. So you must come back. There is no place like home. That's why I pray. We are looking for that man. It's not about going to school. It's all about being well educated. Being well educated never see that the society needs to move forward. So that Tom and Dick will be able to have this benefit of being in existence as a human I think that's enough. Thank you, and God bless you. Wellington from Okrika.
Thank you very much. But you didn't also make reference to the governor, so did you?
The governors, it's left for them. But I believe my own governor, I'm going to put him in a life for is a thinking governor. You're talking about low cost housing estate. You have discussed about that before. And I believe that the governor who is coming from that part of the sector, which is the civil service sector, is trying to come up with something. Believe me, I'm just giving you a tip. So that at the end of the day, you don't serve the state for 36 years and then use it to buy one land. At least while you're in service, you're able to beat your chest that the governor has given you a house, if not 3-bedroom flat in one
instead of giving to the big men who already have money.
It will be like a lottery. It will shock people. This man has come to deliver River State. Believe me, it seems like we are acting drama, but it's coming. I'm going to put him in a life Fubara. He's a man who has what he wants to do in his mind and then match it with strength. Believe me, it will shock people when the civil servant will begin to jubilate. Especially the teachers. They are crying, but let them keep quiet. At a point in time, they will rejoice.
All right.
Because he's a man, he's a God-fearing man. Believe me.
Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless you.
God will keep all of us alive so we can also see these goodies. Max Kanu says, Max, building low-cost housing units for the masses, a huge mirage. Are they high? Supreme Court judges are already rich politicians. Just imagine what 200 billion naira would have done in housing. Well. Like you said. like I said, is it a priority on the list of government? These are the things. Whatever you see government investing is a priority. Let's not fake it. Wherever the treasure of a man is, there his heart will be. So when you see government put so much money in a particular area, that's their interest. That's where their interest is. That's where, they feel they should invest money into. Hello? Hello, good afternoon. Because if you take a look at like the housing estate in Egypt, that was then, Festac. Government was building low-cost houses then. I don't know. These are governors now from 1999. We've not been seeing much of that. You just build a paltry, maybe some might just do 100 units. Whereas there's so much money, of course, to build these houses and allot it to, both the public and private sector. It goes a long way. When a man, one of my mentors told me that there are 3 things that helps a man settle down. 1, when he has shelter, as in his own house, it gives a man peace of mind. 2, when he's married to a good woman. And then 3, when he has a good job or a good business running. It has a way of giving peace of mind to a man. That's the truth. Even if your wife is going to build, but as a man, what gives you peace of mind? Firstly is when you have a good, it might not be a mansion. It's not necessarily a mansion. When you have a good house, 3-4 bedroom apartment, even if you have 3 or 4 children, you can still manage it. From there, you mustn't be necessarily, extremely very rich. You're done training your children, and then they can start from there. And then if you have some few other properties, if you can maybe give them one houses thereabout in town, they are good to go. They can start their life from there, right? So one of my mentors said, when a man has a shelter over him, his family, he has a good wife, is married to a good wife, and then he's gainfully employed or has a good business that is running. It gives a man peace of mind because he'll be able to pay his bills. 0817-0000951. We're looking at the hike in price of building materials. Example, cement, rod, even sand. So the amount of money, I go around sometimes and I see abandoned buildings, private buildings that people probably were building, but because of, rise in price of things and family responsibilities. They've abandoned the building and they're still in rented apartment. Good afternoon.
Hello, Master.
Sir?
Now you briefed me. If you're talking about price of cement, it depends on the area the cement is being sold. In some areas it's 5.2, some areas it's 5,000, some 5.3. Then when you go to road now, I don't know what Standard Organization of Nigeria is doing. There are roads we call Y12, Y16, Y8, and so on, Y10. That is in MM, it's called 10 mm, 12 mm, 16 mm, and 8 mm. Depends on also the same thing. Some is like 12 mm, you can get it for 4, 5, some place 4, 3. And when you go to Cal, I think 4, 2, some fractions. So you go from stores, you also get it for 4, 4. Then Y16, that is a 16 mm, you can get it for, depends on sometimes the size also varies. That's what I'm saying. There are some 16 mm that is bigger than some. So when you go for those bigger one that is of standard, you can get for 8,100, from 7, 8. Depends on where you find your area, the area where the goods is being found. Then when you go for Y10, depends on the size too. Also, it's also drop size. So this determines the size and where this goods is being sent to the shop, the building shop. Then stand, there are the distance determines, as they say, motor balance. If you're living from Chokocho, maybe let's say GRA or GRA, it might cost you, depends on it. If it is small motor, that is a 15 ton, more likely, depends on the sand. Also, if it is sharp sand or 3/8, or talking about chipping, it also determine the cost. Right now, I think depends on the company. Some company says tons of chipping for 20, some 21,000. Some say 22. Then the transport to transport it there will also determine how much the truck will also take you.
Because price of fuel and diesel have gone up also.
Has gone up, so the driver will also determine, okay, you're going to GRA, I will take 40,000. When you go to Jogojo, I think they call it in buckets. Some buckets will cost you like 10,000, depending on the level of the grade of the sand also. Some sand are pure white, good sharp. Some they come multi-purpose and so on. So it depends on what you want. Also determine the price. I think. Thank you, Mr. Carolyn from Okrika.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll just take this message and we're done with this conversation. We just hope things get better. Kano, thank you. I've seen your message. So we just hope that government will do the needful. There are basic things government needs to take care of. There are basic things government needs to take care of. You don't necessarily need to give money people handy. Just take care of some basic things and life will fall into place. I'll play a video. I got it from Eval. I'll play it on the flip side of 2 after the news before we kickstart the conversation. On the conversation at 2, we'll be looking at what's happening in Ahoda East. There's an impending flooding that is coming, and the people are willing to move from their present position to upper lands. But they're asking the government to provide transportation. That's what they're asking the government to do, to help them in provision with transportation. So we're going to look at that on the flip side of this particular conversation. How are they going to cope? How will their security be guaranteed when eventually the flood started? We heard last year's flooding in a particular camp. Some hoodlums went there to steal the little palliative that came in. Who will guarantee their feeding? What is government's response to this particular issue? Even with the fuel price increase, the standard of living is not something you can talk about. We'll look at that after the news. Stay with us.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered on air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News Update.
Here's the news update on Today95.1 FM. I'm Lucky Maxwell. A Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has granted 5 million naira bail to Thangot Bariya, Burabari, Dube and Thangot Sunday, who are facing a 25-count charge bordering on conspiracy, cultism and kidnapping. This is coming month after the same court granted bail to the paramount ruler of Konobo Way community in Kana local government area of the state, King Talo Tonwe, who is facing charges bordering on alleged sponsorship and harboring of a suspected cultist. Trial Judge Justice L.C. Thompson, after granting bail to the three suspects, warned that the trial will go ahead should they jump bail. He thereafter adjourned the matter until 1st and 8th of November 2023 for commencement of trial. A member representing Aniocha Oshimili, federal constituency in the House of Representatives under the Labour Party, Ngozi Okolie, says he will appeal the tribunal judgment annulling his election. Okolie made this known while addressing a news conference in Abuja. The tribunal had in a judgment on Monday nullified the declaration of Okolie by the Independent National Electoral Commission as the winner of that election. However, Okolie said that the judgment had no legal basis and pledged his readiness to appeal the judgment. The Osun State chapter of the All Progressives Congress has sued Governor Ademola Adeleke for appointing himself as the Commissioner for Works. The party in the suit filed at the State High Court in Osogbo also sued the Governor's deputy, Kola Adewushi, for his appointment as the Commissioner for Sports and Special Needs. Governor Adeleke had on July 19 announced his appointment and that of his deputy. Objecting the appointment through its lawyer, Sheriff Oluyombo, the main opposition party urged the court to determine whether a sitting governor can hold any other executive office. Protest is currently rocking Enugu, the Enugu state capital, over the sealing of businesses by the state government. The state government had sealed many businesses, including shops, at the Ogbete main market for not opening on Monday. The government also given conditions the affected traders must meet before their shops will be reopened. The development has now sparked protest by Ogbete market traders. A professional source says access to the residence and offices of Niger President Mohamed Bazoum have been blocked off by members of the elite presidential guard. The landlocked West African state is one of the most unstable nations in the world, experiencing 4 coups since independence from France in 1960, as well as numerous other attempts on power. Access was sealed off both to Bazoum's official home and offices in the presidential complex in Niamey, although there was no abnormal military deployment or sounds of gunfire in the area and traffic was normal. Bazoum, who was democratically elected in 2021, is a close ally of France. The country's last coup occurred in February 2010, overthrowing then-President Mamadou Tanja. And since 2021, there have been 2 attempts to topple Bazoum's government. And that's the news update on Today95.1 FM. Good afternoon, I'm Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. A newspaper review segment is what we've
got.
Now
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
But I got people. Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seatbelts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them. because they are for your own good. Drive with care, because life is dear.
Your prayer is that let the poor breathe. And then Senator Mustafa has seconded that the poor should breathe. Those who are in support of the additional prayer that the poor should be allowed to breathe, say aye. And those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it, the poor must be allowed to breathe. Let me... Your prayer is that let the poor breathe. And then Senator Mustafa has seconded that the poor should breathe. Those who are in support of the additional prayer that the poor should be allowed to breathe, say aye. And those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it, the poor must be allowed to breathe. Let me... Your prayer is that let the poor breathe. And then Senator Mustafa has seconded that the poor should breathe. Those who are in support of the additional prayer that the poor should be allowed to breathe, say aye. And those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it, the poor must be allowed to breathe.
All right. Welcome to Talk That Talk on Today95.1 FM. What do you make of that particular video? It's actually a video. Senate President was the one talking. What do you make of it? What is it that you can deduce from there? I don't want to suggest anything for you. As a Nigerian, as a Rivers person, what can you deduce from that particular, just a few seconds? It's not even up to a minute. What can you deduce from there? That's from the Red Chamber, the 10th Senate. What is it that you can deduce from that particular? Hello? Quickly.
Yeah, Mr. Maxwell.
Welcome, sir.
I see mockery. Hi, these guys are mocking the poor. When there was that, what did it happen? What I see from voices I have had, from the laughter and from all in fact, the character of that very video. I remember those days we used to do literature in English. I see mockery everywhere. In fact, the poor is in trouble in this country. Oh, so sorry. Thank you. Yeah, it's mockery.
Thank you very much. Hello? Please feel free to send in your messages to 0701 9339 962. What can you deduce from the voice you just heard. Probably for those who will join us late, I'll still play it. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. JJ.
Well, thank God I will not see myself as a poor person, because this is like the highest mockery of a certain people. Have you seen big men sitting down and discussing or gossiping about some set of people? Maybe they come to their house to beg them money, and when the person has gone, after you have explained and all those, I saw a video where ROMD, Richard Mofetamejo, was sat down, and somebody met him and said the two twins, right? That two of them swallowed, one was sick and the other one was helping the other one to take Panadol and all those put together. And Richard also said, look, that I'm even confused here because I sent my driver to buy fuel and he bought aviation fuel, and even my car and everything were floating on the air right now. That's exactly what they have done to us. Oh, no. They done to the poor, not me. Because, now let this thing say I am rich and let this one say I am poor. But so for me, I think this is the highest mockery. Rich men with good wine, drunk, and they are now discussing the poor people, and they now use a certain statement from one of their own to say, look, let the poor breathe. So as far as I'm concerned, is it by passing resolution that will make the poor breathe? You have subsidy that has been removed. Everything is flying up. Just like ROMD has described, that the car is flying, bike is flying because the guard put some of the fuel into his bike, and everything is just flying. And you're telling me you are passing resolution. What does that mean? The president said he wants to do this, want to do that. Nothing is done. All I expect them to do now, if they are very serious, so if that president is very concerned, when will the market working? And at the end of the day, we produce our own fuel at a cheaper rate. Even though if it's not cheaper, let it be that for the position, the same economy. You're telling me that you agree that the poor breathe, say hi. How does it work at the end? Has that fixed our road? Has that fixed the refinery? Has that fixed the price of things and commodity? Has that equalized the exchange rate between the dollar and the naira? This is pure mock. So, thank you.
Thank you, JJ. Oh, if you're trying the 0817-0000951, please, engineer, your attention is needed. If you're listening, come and see how you can fix this line. Engineer, if you're listening, 0817, we need you here. Hello, good to have you. Hello.
Hello, my brother.
Welcome, sir.
I greet you.
I greet you.
The video you just is something about mockery of the poor. But you do know one thing that is very unfortunate about that is that it's coming from. Can you hear me?
Very clear, sir.
That it is coming from that the poor so elected to represent them. So these are the same people. If this kind of mockery should come, I don't think it comes from that region. It's very, very disappointing. But do you know one thing about this mockery again? I think it's coming at the right time. If the poor that are being mocked now can wake up, because this is a that we have seen. You understand? This is a push. Then people can now take it upon themselves that these people are no longer there for us. Let's do something. Let's help ourselves. Since nobody can help us. I think this cause should move to the next level. There are meanings that should be read. You understand, from this call, from this mockery. The poor should understand that these people, maybe they are now against us. And, how many a day that the poor Nigerians will come out and march that red chamber? That place will, let me not be harsh, but I know they are not that populated. The population of the poor that have been mocked, if they should move, march down to the street of Abuja, straight to that red chamber, the world will hear the noise. and things may begin to change. I don't like this kind of mockery. You understand? I'm quite disappointed about it.
Thank you.
Unfortunate, my brother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am. They go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrested me yesterday. That yesterday, I could do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too. Make you do waiting they right. For we country to better. It is for.
All right, welcome back. 0810-9510951. Let's take a few more calls before we go into. Then you can now call 0817-000-000951. Apologies. I'm sure some people have been having issues with that particular line, but you can call it now. What can you deduce from that? I think I need to play it again for those who joined late before we go into the second phase of the conversation where we'll talk about imminent flooding and the call for help from government to move people from lower lands to higher lands. But I usually ask the question, how long will the people continue with this? How long will you continue to move people to and fro? Can't you solve the problem once and for all?
Your prayer is that let the poor breathe. And then Senator Musafa has seconded that the poor should breathe. Those who are in support of the additional prayer that the poor should be allowed to breathe, say aye. And those who are against say nay. The ayes have it, the poor must be allowed to breathe.
So there you go. What can you deduce from that video? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Rona. I'm calling from Alo Uniport.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I listened to that. I saw that video this morning on Instagram, I guess, about members of the Red Chamber and the Senate President making mockery of the poor.
Can you term that as mockery?
What I can deduce from that is, so this is a media platform, so I'm not going to use some certain words. But these are men who are fathers of people and as well leaders. Looking at the condition of this country now, people are really angry. People are going through a lot. The standard of living is getting higher as the day goes by. And more people are falling into poverty as the day goes by. What these people are supposed to do is to look for a solution to this problem as the legislative arm of the federal government. Other than joining the executive arm and other arms to add to the pains of the poor masses in the country. I pray I should not be among the poor. But this is a call to the citizens of this country, Nigeria, to know that we can't continue in wallowing around like this. There are some certain things we are supposed to let these people know that they have this responsibility to uphold the right of the citizens of this country. So from what I can deduce from this whole video and everything, this few seconds video, it's just the Senate President and other of the citizens, and it's not encouraging at all. It's just not so encouraging. So it's there for the masses to stand up to their right and do the right thing. They can stage the protest to that red chamber. It's their right as citizens.
Thank you very much. Well, it might also interest you to know that resident doctors have gone on strike also, so it's going to also affect the health sector. You know, was it yesterday I talked about the health sector? Resident doctors have gone on strike. In spite of the fact that we have one doctor to about 10,000 patients. So now that resident doctors have gone on strike, I wonder who will be. I was in UPTH today. Oh, God. I feel so sorry for my nation. I feel so sorry for my state. It's very unfortunate that, we're at this level in the midst of plenty. I feel so sorry. I don't know. For me, at least I have a little conscience when I see people going through things. I just wish I could help, but sometimes you're limited. Maybe you probably don't have the power to influence decisions, or probably to use your personal money. Even if you have your personal money, there's a limit you can go. If you pay bills for one or two people, what about the other ones? Nigerians are going through tough times, really tough times. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Based on your question on what I deduced from that their laughter, it's very, very disappointing that what we passed through from the last administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari, the 10th assembly will not have any lesson, any single lesson learned from it. Although I don't blame them, I blame, I must be specific, INEC, for not being man enough to do what we're supposed to do by allowing the public to do what was their intention. Because if they had done what was their intention, maybe by now would have voted a lot of people that we help to do the normal thing to reduce the suffering of the masses in Nigeria. That laugh they are laughing, they should know that the vote that put them there is not one of their family. It's not only the one of their family. It is those same poor people they are laughing at that voted and whatever they are eating from the of the poor people, and not from their hard-earned money. So I'm very, very disappointed to hear that the Nigerian senators are laughing at the Nigerians and they're calling them poor people. I know the Western world, they are hearing and they are seeing it. And I know that they will not be celebrating it because they are hospitable people to compare to Nigeria. They have accommodative heart. That is why our people are living every now and then in the name of Japa. And our people cannot learn lessons. Okay, look at just what you mentioned concerning the doctors. One doctor for 10,000 persons. This one was when over 80% has not left to Britain. Because if you remember, now if they reshape it again, it's not one person per 10,000. It's going to be one per 15 or even above 1,000. If you reshape it now, because I know a lot of doctors are just left Nigeria to abroad because they don't seem to know the right thing to do at the right time. They see us as permit me to use this. They see us like animals that they can handle anyhow.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. KM Hosford says, good day, Maxwell. In local parlance, would I enter another one chance? Akpabio said we should not judge him by Buhari's government. I want to believe that Akpabio will never be half of what he was as a governor. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, sir.
I was listening to your program, and you see all these senators, they are using Nigerian to play. They are using Nigerian to play. Because if they are not using Nigeria to play, why will they leave what they voted in for? And be telling Nigerians that the poor should breathe, and they are laughing. Just check out this kind of thing. Is our voice heard in this country? Is really our voice heard in this country? When I hear when people call on radio, but I want to ask a question. This radio that we are calling every day,
These senators, these people, did they listen to this radio? Did they listen to the people? When the second to the last caller that called that said that it's INEC that contributed to this problem, it's true. It's INEC that contributed to this problem. Because people were driving that APC is a party that will be that will be good to go. What are we seeing now? People are suffering. I don't used to call radio station, but when I hear this sometimes, it be like, I want if I didn't have we have to do. I would have shut my radio off. Then I day here anything. I don't want to hear any of this. This is the highest. There is the wicked on the highest place. Wickedness on the highest place. Eh? What are we into? What is country insulting into? Is it an end time? Maxwell. I'm asking. Is it an end time? What people are into? Okay, now you say palliative. You are not making anything that's conveying people from the other end to the other end. People are suffering trekking every day, and you go there, you carry yourself go there. That is why they were saying they should not make Akpabio Senate president.
Thank you, sir.
Look at it.
Thank you, sir.
It's a very sad story.
Thank you, sir.
And if you look at it, it seems that somebody wanted to cry. But this kind of beauty, what sort of rubbish is this?
Thank you, sir.
It's rubbish.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We have to go. I know you're angry, but take it easy. Max, you can see how your senators are mocking the poor Nigerians. They don't have any issue of importance to deliberate on. But we are paying them to mock Nigerians and the entire black race. This video will go viral and the entire world will see what level of maturity our senators have to make this country move forward. Welcome to Nigeria. We said the Senate President needs to apologize to the entire nation. Sonny from Ozoba. Well, are people seeing this thing like mockery? Days now because of stress. God help me. If you're wisdom, you won't have mental health. You'll be okay. Coordinated. You will see a system that needs help. The health professionals are not finding it funny. The population there is much more than they can handle. Are you talking about the facilities? And we have a government. Now, there are basic issues that should have been treated at the primary healthcare centers. But because the primary healthcare centers are not working, you have an influx into the tertiary healthcare center. And you know that some of our consultants have traveled abroad. You're not aware. I know a consultant, 2 that have traveled, moved, one Dubai, I think the other UK. Then I know a senior registrar. That one is my personal friend. I'm even supposed to chat him up today. He's in UK right now as we speak. There are other doctors too who have moved out of the country. 1 doctor to 10,000 patients. How do you match it? WHO says 1 doctor to 600. In Nigerian version, 1 to about 10,000. So the doctors are going through a whole lot. The health professionals need help. The patients also need help. But you have a government. I could hear a voice of a man having a feel of being at the highest level of the world, making mockery of those at the lowest level. No wonder they are seriously looking for bulletproof cars to enable them laugh at the poor while moving around. 2 Timothy. But if I may ask, if you see this as mockery, right? If you see it as mockery, I said I wasn't going to suggest anything, I wasn't going to say anything. If you see it as mockery, don't you think the Nigerian populace have played into the hands of these guys by also supporting them one way or the other, directly or indirectly? Because how do you explain that during campaign, the same poor people that you claim that they are being mocked are the ones who come out to celebrate these guys? Somebody stole bread in Bielsa and the person was beaten to death. But somebody used pen to steal your money in Abuja or in Yanagua in the Bielsa case, or in Port Harcourt brick house, used pen to steal your money, and yet you celebrated the person. This one says, Akpabio and his friends mocking poor Nigerians shows how wicked and heartless the Nigerian political class have been. Well, I don't blame them. Rather, I blame the people who are just afraid of rising against them. When you say rising against them, maybe in peaceful protest. I agree. But if it's not peaceful protest, then we shouldn't talk about it. Daniel says, Maxwell, I love your shows, but my only issue is that it reminds me of my problems, but I can't help but listen to you. All I can say right now is we go survive. Well, we have to talk about the issues. That's the truth. And we also have to deliver political education to educate the people to know what they are deserving of. For instance, now, let me give you an instance. If a politician, for instance, when he wasn't sworn in yet, when the president-elect came to Port Harcourt, right? You saw thousands of people churn out. People left their businesses. The poor people who left their businesses to go and see, which is not bad. But when you show solidarity to people who are oppressing you, what message are you sending? I'm just asking that question. I want you to answer it. Let's go to the second part of the conversation. There have been calls by youth leaders in Ahoda East. Keep on sending your messages. I'll still take them. By youth leaders in Ahoda East for the Rivers State government to provide buses to help smoothen the process of movement from the lowlands to the upper area. The PRO of Igboako Youth Congress, Hector Ikatika, who made this call in an interview with our correspondent, noted that the removal of petrol subsidy has greatly affected the standard of living. Now, of course, you know that these are people who were affected by flood in Ahoda East, Ahoda West, the Orashi region. But for now, we're focusing on this Ahoda East area. They need to move from the lower lands to the higher lands. I was talking with our correspondent and I asked her, when they move from this lower land to the higher land, who guarantees their feeding and their security? And all she could do, firstly, she just, exhaled. Maxwell, what do you want me to say? Because she went there during the flood, the period the flooding was happening. That was last year. She went there to see things for herself. And she nearly cried while she was narrating this to us. I'm talking about River State, the oil city. Is it possible that we can solve this flooding issue once and for all? Because let's take into cognizance the fact that these people are predominantly farmers. They will leave their farmlands. They just want to survive now. So how will they eat? How will they take their bath? For those who are pregnant, how will they cope? Who will provide medicals for them? What is government's plan concerning this set of people? Let's see how we can reach out to Hector to speak with us briefly before we take calls also. So how will they cope? So he's pleading with government, firstly, to just provide vehicles to move this set of people from the lowlands to the higher lands. And I was asking our correspondent, where is the highlands? Said maybe in some schools where floods didn't get to, some hospitals, some churches. What is actually government's plan concerning these people in the Orashi region, eventually when the flood starts? Okay, we have Hector on the line joining us on the program. Hector, good afternoon.
Yeah, Maxwell.
Good afternoon, sir. Good to have you.
Afternoon.
So it is assumed that we're expecting flooding, especially in Ahoda East, your area, in the probably in the next few weeks or thereabout. And you're pleading, and you're pleading that government should provide vehicles to move your people from the lowlands to the higher area, right?
Yes.
Let's assume that government provides the vehicle. Let's talk about their feeding and their security. Who guarantees it?
to me, I think it's also the responsibility of the state government in synergy with the local government chairman. And because which I believe about some weeks ago, Honorable Barrister Beneke Israel just said the former flood committee, we are also available in a meeting some weeks ago to make sure that all community that have been affected by this flood will be looking to. And I believe they had meeting just 2 weeks ago, and they are already preparing. So that is why I'm also saying that the state government should also help in making sure that these mobility should be brought quickly to enable my people move before the date of this flood stuff comes up.
Now, if we take, if we do an assessment of what happened last year during the flooding,
yeah.
Don't you think it is pertinent for government to solve this flooding issue once and for all?
My brother, to be kindly, that's to be frankly speaking with you, it only lies in the hand of the federal government. It only lies in the hand of federal government.
What makes you think so?
Now, if you watch critically during the time of Jonathan, this issue of this flooding was supposed to be put on end, but due to the politicking, that thing was being waved out. But I see that even this Buhari regime, even as much as he tried to eradicate that flooding yearly or 2 to 3 years interval, but he could not. Now the dam is always filled up, and when the thing is filled up, the people cannot absorb it. Instead, they give it away for it to fall down to us, and they will not absorb it. So that is our problem. So it's not that if it is a local and the state area, they can tackle it, but where are they going to channel it to? Because sometimes like
but some experts have come up with something. Do you think the government really has this in their itinerary, on their list to solve this problem?
They don't.
Talking about the state government.
They don't, my brother. Because if they have, for now, they were supposed to have build a good camp. Also make sure that all canals, all rivers are being dredged, so
that excess water can go in there.
Thank you. Like for instance, in the Orange River, the Sombrero River, that connects to my own area in Ahoda East. Some contractors were doing it. They were doing that thing, but along the line they stopped. I don't know what happened. They stopped. They also did Ahoda River going to Ako, Aziz, down to Akpabo, Eligbo, and Itu. They stopped. So, and by dualizing this, making sure they dredge this river so that it do not have this space that to contain this water. So, but along the line, this was stopped, and we don't know, and we don't also even know the contractor.
So that means there might be, or there can be a one-stop solution to this, so that your people can live a good life, right?
There is. If the state government are serious about it.
All right.
I know. Hello, Maxwell.
Yes.
I know. Most of these things in a situation like this, these are something they put into budget. You put this into budget, or you present it as a bill on how you can tackle this flood issue. So these are what we expect from our House of Assembly representative in the various AGA that is being affected by this flood yearly or 2 or 3 years interval that normally surface. Because like last year, people were raped, people were killed, people were also being robbed in most of the camps, and And in most of the camp, people also lack drugs. People get beds, but no adequate medical facilities in some of the camps. So these are the things. If the government really want to look into this situation, there should be a bill for it.
All right. Thank you very much, Hector. We appreciate you for talking with us.
You're welcome, sir.
We just hope government does the needful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Maswe.
Hector Ikatika is a PRO of Ibako Youth Congress in Ahoda East local government area, pleading with the government to firstly bring buses, vehicles to move people, and then also if there's a possibility of solving this perennial flood once and for all. According to him, if the government is serious, it is something that can be done. So feel free to join the conversation. Earlier on, if you're just joining us, I played a video where the Senate President, let me not explain. I think it's better I play it. So if you're just joining us, you'll get to listen. And then I'm asking, what can you deduce from that particular video? Talking about this critical time in Nigeria, what can you deduce from the audio you just listened to right now as we speak?
Your prayer is that let the poor breathe. And then Senator Mustafa has seconded that the poor should breathe. Those who are in support of the additional prayer that the poor should be allowed to breathe, say aye. And those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it, the poor must be allowed to breathe.
All right, so that's it. That's it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Please off your mic. Off your mic. It's okay. Lucky, obviously, the poor are responsible for the treatment they are receiving from the politicians. Was it not the poor that were flogging and hindering their fellow poor from voting the candidates of their choice during the last general elections? This is a clear case of garbage in, garbage out. In the spirit of one indivisible Nigeria, let the poor accept it in good faith. 2 Timothy, thank you. You sent in that one. Hello, good afternoon.
I'm not happy, but I feel like I should just move on. Yes, my name is J. I call irrespective of the flood right now. The flood they told us was coming. You know, people say something that somebody that the mechanic has beaten the mother before, when he sees, or a madman has beaten before, when he sees the mechanic from a distance, he will begin to run. You understand me? I was in those areas last year during the flood. I also discovered that in Abua, Odwa, the whole of Odwa was flooded. And the local government chairman, Daniel has to move everybody from their community down to the local government secretariat. And that local government secretary is like a 3-story building, everywhere occupied by IDPs. And I was there. It was, tears was rolling off my eyes. I was also in, I didn't go to Ahoda East. I was in, because that area, Ahoda West, that Wakinima, there was no place at all, no high ground. The whole local government, there was no high ground. That is why if you pass Ahoda East, going to Ahoda West, there is a place, that place has not been repaired till now. They just did some makeshift stuff and just like that. Maybe they are waiting for another washout again. Akinima, you see buildings. If you go now, you still see the mark of the building just halfway. So it was a no-go area. So all of them have to be moved to Ahoda East, that is Ahoda town, where you have some primary schools. That was where we met them under the, an organization owned by the sitting governor right now, Fish On, and we went there to distribute relief material. Come and see children. See, bro, Maxwell, if you go to those areas, they will cry. And you ask yourself, I also saw our former president, Goodluck Jonathan, in a canoe in Otweke area. I don't pity him. Wallahi, I don't pity him. He was president for six years, and we were told that Cameroon built their own dam and was supposed to build a bigger dam, the Coffer Dam, that was supposed to slow down the speed of the water that is coming from the Cameroon Dam. Did he do it? Now his own state, almost everywhere was wiped out during the flood, and you are there entering canoe. Entering canoe for who now? So as far as I'm concerned, what we refused to do last time, 10, 15 years ago, is what is hurting us now. Oh, we have not occupied power. We had power for 6 years. If it was very okay, that would have been the first, even if it is only a project he has done, he would have done that. But sorry, conform, he didn't do anything. So I don't know how, but the poor people, let me also say poor people that are suffering in Odwa, in Hoda West, in Onega and those areas are the ones I'm pitching right now. I think the federal government should come because they have the ability to do whatever they want to do. I want to thank the chairman who acted, especially Daniel Opikiriko and all those, but the federal should wake up if we are part of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, Max, it is really sad and so unfortunate. Imagine the people who voted for, calling the people that voted for them poor people. You see what Obasanjo said about them. All right, okay, this is not for us. I think it came in late. It was meant for the morning show network, and it's Wala. Hi, Maxwell. That was a mockery video by Akpabio and his gang. I'm so angry with that video, especially the laughter that followed that evil motion is very annoying. These people are so heartless. They have tempted God by mocking the poor. Mr. Lucky, you sent him down. You sent him Bible passages. But thank you very much. The senators are mocking Nigerians. Yes, they may be superior and powerful than defenseless Nigerians, but they can't be superior to God. God Almighty will provide for poor Nigerians, that He's still God. Akpabio is a disgrace to Akwa Ibomite. Desmond Ezekiel from Iliozu, you sent in that one. Maxwell, greetings. Pray to God never to be poor in Nigeria because you are on your own. It has been long. Our so-called leaders have been cheating on the poor because the poor has nobody to fight on his behalf. Maxwell, do you know my happiness? Nothing lasts forever. The rich also cry. Vanity upon vanity. Thank God ability outweigh. Thank you. Maxwell, ordinarily in some climes, this mockery would have brought out the beast in the masses. Akpabio and co are making caricature of the masses. No wonder they are not concerned about the excruciating economy, loss of value of naira. Is it not baffling that amidst limestone deposits scattered all over the country, cement produced here is as costly as imported goods? I blame the oppressed who defend the oppressors like this group. Awa, thank you. Good afternoon. Sylvester says most people that welcome these politicians when they come to any state is because some incentives will come out and they will have something to eat. Sylvester, that's not true. There are people who stand by the roadside who do not receive any incentive. Kobo, shishi, nobody gives to them. They just want to see, the siren blaring. For me, I don't have such time. I don't have such time because I know my right. I know what my local government is supposed to do. My local government chairman, my councillor. I know what the governor is supposed to do. So if he's not doing it, why are you there? That's for me. The president, governors, and NAS have been telling Nigerians to endure the fuel subsidy removal pain. They never said they are also enduring by not earning any allowances except monthly salaries for the period of this endurance. Should they earn in hundreds of millions of naira while Nigerians endure in hunger? Is it Mr. Law? You sent in that one. Good afternoon, Max. The senators are making mockery of the poor from what the President Tinubu said the last time. This is the level we have got into in this country. It's a pity. Ifi, thank you. Good afternoon, Maxwell. I cannot blame the senators. They can laugh at Nigerians in the assembly. Godwin, you sent in that one. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Mr. Zion.
Yes, good to have you. Go ahead, sir.
From the senators is so shameful. And it's a clear cut.
Mr. Zion, are you not concluding?
No, I'm speaking on the premise of the Constitution. Section 34 talks about the right to dignity. Every individual is entitled to dignity of his person. So who are you calling poor? The mere fact that you are calling a Nigerian poor, you are abusing his dignity. He did not tell you I am poor. You are calling him that he's poor, which is an offense against the Constitution. Are you saying now? Go check Section 30.
I know what you're saying. I know.
What is that concluding? It's an insult. You see this action, this comment from these men. I keep on saying this. We are not educated enough for democracy. If not this comment alone, we wait for them for the next 4 years. For the educated ones in their constituency, we act and move for the recall of some of them. Recall them home. This one they say that, oh, it's so difficult to recall. It's not true. It's not difficult. It is just a commitment. Well, it is their time. It's all the things I was saying. When you vote for them for 3,000 naira, you leave the election for them. Get ready for the consequences. Now, for this issue of the floor, it's a federal matter, not a state matter. My very good friend JG was blaming the former president, Goodluck Jonathan. No, Goodluck Jonathan released billions of naira for the dredging of River Niger. How come the river was not dredged?
Where did it, that's what I was saying now. Where did the money go to? And was anybody held responsible for it?
That is it. The problem with Jonathan was this. He has so much confidence for his brothers. So much confidence, but the same brothers betrayed him.
Mr. Zion, let me just digress a little bit. Have you gone to the Elime section of the East West Road recently?
I won't lie to you, it's been long, but I have friends that pass there like Madame Dota and the like.
My brother, it is... Nigerians are suffering, no. Rivers people are suffering, no.
That was what Madame Dota told me.
Oh, Rivers people are suffering, no. I'm just praying that that bridge should not collapse one day, with traffic on it. There are times you have traffic, so you have vehicles loaded on it. I just pray it does not collapse at that point.
Which is a risk, but trainers to be stand on top of it. It's a risk. So they shared the last time some people blocked them. I told them to leave. They said no. And the sitting Senate president called one or two of them to Abuja and gave them money, and they left. Is it not so? So who will we blame again? The truth is this. We the people, we are our problem. We are so, we are just waiting for our turn to loot. We are not waiting to develop. We are waiting to loot. Like I make an emphasis in one of those fora. Who was the former governor of Rivers State 40 years ago? Who was he 40 years ago? I guess he went to school with only one standard, right? He go at one time a day, right? When he became the governor, how many standards did he provide for the children?
All right. Well, thank you, Mrs. Zion. We have to go now.
Can you people go with shoes now?
Thank you.
We are the problem. Let's work on ourselves.
Thank you. Good day, Maxwell. Listening to the audio you just played, I remember the news I read in the Nation's newspaper on 12th of July 2023. An editor asked a question, when will the poor breathe? And he highlighted what the government is supposed to do in order for the poor to breathe. I also read about a protest either in Edo State, if I'm not mistaken, telling the government that they are suffocating the poor with their policies, that they should allow the poor to breathe. I guess they are mocking that post in one of our dailies I mentioned earlier, and the protest in Edo State. It's appalling hearing such comment from our government we have today. It's time Nigerians should rise up and say no to this wickedness from our leaders. Angelina, thank you. Hi, Maxwell. Look at the senators are making jest, ridiculing, mocking poor Nigerians. After 4 years, they'll come and give the poor 1,000 naira with one T-shirt, and the same poor will be fighting for them. Maxwell, the poor Nigerian deserves the mockery. Jerry, thank you. This one says, I wasn't expecting anything good from Akpabio other than this kind of useless and senseless comedy. Acho Modu. I'll take this message. Maxwell, you can imagine how this... Oh, no. That's not a good word. These guys, I'll just rephrase it, are catching cruise with the sufferings of the Nigerian masses. This is the height of mockery, and it won't be long. All right. Thank you very much. You sent in that one. Hello. Good afternoon.
Lucky.
Good afternoon, Mascot. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I don't know why people are disturbing because the senators, they were catching their phone. Why are people disturbing? Is it the first time that the rich has mocked the poor before? Is the poor not responsible for the treatment of mockery and caricature which they receive from the rich? Lucky. Why are you not responding, Lucky?
What do you want me to
You have to say something. Because you are among the oppressors. You know why you are among the oppressors?
Why?
You don't even want us to talk. When we talk anyhow now, you cut us off.
So how am I oppressing you?
Lucky.
I don't have access to your funds. I don't.
I don't know, but I'm telling you.
I don't have access to oil and gas money.
You know, a former governor I know was talking. He forgot that he's a governor. Then I was saying I will use your money as I like. If you don't like, was saying to people. Is the same thing as this type of mockery. Is it the first time? You see, in our morning program today, I said something very strategic. In 1996, I want to repeat it again. Maybe some other people that didn't hear me in the morning. When I was doing my final year at the Imo State University, I was one. That is, my name is Anyanwu Jalak. Was one of the people that led the protest that stopped the dreaded Otokoto saga. Owerri became Sena, one of the coolest cities, except for this Kita protest now. That was when I was in my 20s. Today, you see all these young men. I spoke with my classmate, who is a lecturer at the University of Nigeria, just some minutes ago. He told me that this youth you are seeing now, that press food and do kidnapping, will never one day rise up against the leaders. And it is very true. Will never one day rise up against these leaders. That is why they will continue to laugh at us. So, if people are crying, I'm not crying because I'm used to it, because we are receiving the pay which we worked for. So for me, they will continue to laugh at us until such a time when we will unite against them as they have united against us. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. That's much we can take on the show today. But just to let you know also, again, that resident doctors are on strike. Pray not to be sick in Nigeria. Please pray not to be sick. Change your lifestyle so you won't be sick. I went to the hospital today and I nearly wept. Pray not to be sick in this country. Because you don't even have the money to even go to private hospital to treat yourself. That's number one. So pray not to be sick in this country. No. Never be sick in this country. Pray to God to always give you good health. I have been watching my lifestyle. I don't want to be sick. Lie. Because where's the money to even go for treatment? Where's the money? The small money that is not enough. I've not ate egg for some time now. I wanted to buy... Why are you guys laughing at that? It's the truth now. I wanted to buy half crate of egg. And they told me, I remember when I was buying 1 crate of egg for 700. 950. Now, it's 2006. But I had to eat egg, to nourish a little bit. It pained me when I was buying it.
He pay you.
Oh. All right, the sports guys will be taking you.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Let's talk football. Let's talk football.
What a devastating strike!
Football is a leisure game.
Sports is actually my job.
Football is boring.
That's not true. It's way more important than that.
What a wonderful goal! Fantastic strike!
As far as I'm concerned, sports is all about passion.
Sports Attack, weekdays 7:30 a.m. and Today Sports Live 3 p.m. weekends 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Oh la la la, the man but my love. If you want to let Jack come alone, need to find anybody na money I want. But they hear what people they do. Want to get a shakeleti love. Still love when I wanna get another one. I go take and do waiting I love. Waiting you love, oh. No be waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love. I go do what we done my heart, oh. Cause I'm on the ginger. But when I know the ways that Mr. Money Ginger. Just carry on, there be no time. Bad boy day, me I dey fine. And at the same time, me I dey Motrotomo stand out, calm down, you go dey fine. Like fine wine, no decline. Sick about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Obosheshe, ọmọ yìí don deja, ṣirikili mu fọ́fáyé, yeah. Ọlọ́ládé máa ń gbọ́mọ lọ. If you want to let Jack come alone, need to find anybody na money I want. But they hear what people they do. Want to get a shakeleti love. Still love when I wanna get another one. I go take and do waiting I love. Waiting you love, oh. Maybe waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do what we do my heart, oh. Mr. Money Ginger. But when I know the ways that Mr. Money Ginger.
Many expected a draw in favor of the Falcons in the just concluded match between Canada and Republic of Ireland, but I'm pleased to inform you that match ended 2-1 in favor of the Olympic champions. So it's all to play for when Nigeria take on the Matildas tomorrow by 11 a.m. They have to win that match if they are to secure passage, or at least stand a chance to secure passage to the next round of the competition. Else, it's surely going to be lonely at the top. That's certainly if they make it to the top. Great to have you join us, and a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the midweek edition of Today's Sports Live, reaching you from this particular frequency today, 95.1 FM, right in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name is Reliance O'Daniel, and I have Ival Edu here in the studio. I have young Chuks Chukuzite, I have Blessing Andrew, as well as Uzochukwu Oduma on the analysis side of things, and I equally have you listening from various locations. Many thanks for joining us. Let's make welcome Uzochukwu Oduma, who joins us. Great to have you here, man. Good afternoon to you. Were you one of those who expected a draw between Canada and Ireland so that Nigeria can, Just like Chukwuzite was praying. I made him draw now.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Reliance. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio. Good afternoon to Port Harcourt City. Yes, I was one of those that clamored for a draw between Republic of Ireland and Canada. The reason was that during the match against Australia and Republic of Ireland, I saw the kind of energy they possess, and I thought that they are going to bring that into this game, and then either they beat Canada or they force them to a draw. But I was very surprised today. So that simply means that the Super Falcons will try to step up their game, because if they don't win against Australia tomorrow, that simply means we might be outlawed out of the competition.
Blessing, welcome to the show. This is where I don't come over time we want to talk. Welcome to the show, Blessing Andrew.
Good afternoon, Reliance. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio. Good afternoon to you listening. Reliance, que sera, it's a Spanish word.
Is that why Spain defeated Zambia 5-0? Because of that word?
No. It's que sera. What will be. I think almost everybody here knows that statement. But what it means is that you should not bother yourself about something you don't have control about. So I think for
the Falcons,
they had no control over today's game. So let them just focus on their own and don't bother themselves with any other game.
Ival Edu, midfield maestro, welcome to the show. Que sera.
Good afternoon to you, Reliance. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio. Let the poor breathe. Nice to be here.
All right, Chukwuzite, your prayer no work. I realize you found prayer band joy because he don't work out. Canada don't win 2-1, so all to play for the Falcons tomorrow. Welcome to the show, Chukwuzite.
Good afternoon, my colleagues in the studio. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt City. It's hurtful that we couldn't get what we desired for the Falcons, and I found it easy or disappointing because the Falcons that I saw against Canadian didn't appeal me to watch them against Australia team, because this same Australia team that won Ireland will come out guns blazing to get that point. They desire to just qualify from round of 16 of the World Cup, but all is well. Let's see how the game goes tomorrow.
Who knows that song? All is well. I've seen that movie, 3 Idiots.
3 Idiots.
Yeah. All is well. All is not well, because as it stands right now, the Canadians 4 points, right? The Matildas 3 points already, and Nigeria just 1 point. So they have to spoil the party tomorrow. Any failure to spoil the party tomorrow might spell doom for the Falcons. And the NFF hierarchy is saying at the moment that they should make the image of African football proud at this point, because the only team used to test defeat at the tournament is the Falcons. Zambia don't collect twice. Morocco collected. The highest margin of win by any team at this World Cup is that 6-0.
Yeah.
And which country? The team where they beat from which continent?
Morocco from
African continent.
Yeah.
So all of them don't collect. Nigeria never. South Africa almost did not collect. No, Nigeria never collect yet, Sha. I don't know. They never collect their own yet, but I don't know whether they will collect, but I'm just saying. So Nigeria is the only team standing tall at the moment by virtue of that that goalless draw against the Canadians in their first group game. What is going to happen tomorrow? Like Blessing said, what will be. But over there in Europe, the transfer season continues and players are making moves. Bids are being made open. Bayern Munich have come out openly to declare interest in Harry Kane, and it's still a tug of war between Paris Saint-Germain, PSG, and these days all are finding themselves in there. Giannis Antetokounmpo said he resembles Kylian Mbappe. Made them go sign up. When you look at the proposed amount of monies that the guy might likely earn if he makes that move to the Arabian, the Saudi Pro League. Let's get the show underway. Proper SMS and WhatsApp portal is right there. The portal is doubled at 0701-933-9962. That is 0701-933-9962. Here we go properly.
It up. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Out here on the road, chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Oh la la la, the man go my love. If you want to let you come alone, you can find anybody, no money, I want you. But they hear what the people they talk. Want to get a shakeleti love. Still love when I wanna get another one, I go take and do it in I love. Waiting you love, oh. Don't be waiting, I love, oh. Waiting, I love, I go do what we done, I go. God, I'm on the changer. But I know the ways that.
All right, so let's start the show proper, starting off with the FIFA Women's World Cup ongoing in New Zealand and Australia. As earlier today, we saw that demolition, Spain defeating Zambia, Alexis Putellas, coming into the center right there to make things happen for the Spanish side. And of course, before we came into the studio, we saw the Canadians, the Olympic champions, getting all 3 points against the Republic of Ireland's counterparts in a 2-1 win over the Republic of Ireland side. Of course, Maccabi was very instrumental to whatever Republic of Ireland did in that match. But Eva, let's talk about what we've seen today at the World Cup. The performances of teams we've seen today is the beginning of the second round of games in the group stage. And have you seen any difference in terms of the competition we've seen so far, in terms of the excitement that the World Cup brings, or is still something close to what we had in the first round of games?
Well, nothing different though. It doesn't really look different because I still feel some of the teams we tipped to win their matches have done so. The first round of games started yesterday when we had Japan doing their thing. We also saw New Zealand against Philippines. That was the second game of the day. Yeah. And Philippines did this step up. I feel the New Zealand side came into that game a bit more very confident, possibly cocky, because they got that 1-0 victory over a much fancied Norway side. And so they were shocked to their bones when a bunch of Filipinos really run them ragged in that game. Well deserved for the Filipinos, because to have played 40 matches in preparation in a calendar year for this particular World Cup, it has to really show
pay off,
in your display. But for today matches, what can I say? Spain demolishing Zambia. I wasn't expecting a miracle, even though the Zambians were singing. They were expecting a miracle day in the tunnel.
Were they singing a miracle?
Yes, they were singing it's a miracle day in the tunnel, but it didn't turn out to be a miraculous day because they couldn't pull any offset. But Barbara Banda was the only good thing for them up front, but a tree cannot make a forest. Well man-marked by the Spanish backline, who kept her very quiet, although she got some good shots on target, but it's not enough to have gotten a goal for herself in the World Cup. So Spain, deservingly one of the best sides here. Very silky players, know how to pass into spaces, run into spaces, make it look simple on the eye. And 5-0 winners on the day, very easy for them, and so they've qualified to the next round of the tournament. For the group that concerns us, the match we just saw between Republic of Ireland and Canada. For the Republic of Ireland side, they just began the way they played against Australia. They were closing down spaces, they were pressing high, and they were causing mistakes, to that Canada side. And the Canadians had to pick themselves up because in the 4th minute, Maccabi has scored from a direct corner kick, which was a fantastic left-footed corner kick, floated in, and the keeper couldn't deal with it. So deserving of them, but along the way, you could see the experience of the Canadians growing into the game. Got some exciting players in midfield. Fleming, when Smith came in, they just took the game away from the Republic of Ireland side. But it would have been a fair game if a draw was what we got as an outcome. But give it to the Canadians. They really deserve their 3 points here because they were ready to step up their game, which they did step up from the 31st minute of the game till when it ended. So fantastic full points for Canada. Now it throws the group wide open and forces Nigeria to force destiny to their own hands. You must not lose tomorrow against Australia if you want to go into that game the last day against Republic of Ireland, with the hope that everything lies within me to do here and nothing else is outside me to do.
All right, so the match comes up tomorrow by 11 o'clock. So we're going to be previewing the match proper on the show, because by tomorrow 3 p.m. we'll be back here for the review. The match should have been or will have been concluded by that time. So we're going to take a look at that Falcons matchup tomorrow today, and we are also going to solicit your reactions via the SMS and WhatsApp portal for now, 0701-933-996, to what you think that's going to happen tomorrow between Nigeria and the Australians, the Matildas, the Falcons against the Matildas, because it's all to play for now. If Canada had drawn Republic of Ireland, it would have been more open. You know, Nigeria feel draw, collect 3 draws, they qualify. But right now they have to win them. So Blessing, I don't even want to talk about the performances of African teams at the World Cup because, I mean, what's there to talk about? Morocco, they are debutants, so they collect. Zambia debutants as well. Collect. South Africa, not debutants, but at least they showed that they are not debutants. If not for lack of experience, so to speak, they would have managed that game better against Sweden. When Nigeria were here as debutants, they equally collected. Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast collected in 2015. So
Philippines is a debutant.
And
same for Haiti and Panama.
And they did not collect.
They did not collect.
So why are African teams collecting?
That is the question we should ask, because Reliance, I think it's high time that we wake up to realize that football is not about gra. Let me use that word. Football is not about force. Football has graduated into intelligence right now, because if you're watching other teams play, you can see how skillful and how beautiful it is. But when it comes to African teams, it's just a show of force. Now for the Zambia side, Reliance, they considered 10 goals without replying 1. How bad can you be? The first game, they had no shot on target, no single shot. This second game that was played today, they even tried. But at the end of the day, Reliance, what I noticed was that passes, it is one big problem that we have in Africa. African footballers, female footballers, don't know how to make passes. They can't string 2 to 3 correct passes. Then in one-on-one situations, they are abysmal, Reliance. Because as a footballer, you should be able to think, if I have 3 to 4 players marking me, what do I do? Is it every time I would want to push or give away the ball possession? It's not possible. So I think African footballers should rise up. Africa a whole, as a continent, should wake up and say, no, we can't keep being the whooping boys or whooping girls of every tournament. There are so many other debutants. Philippines yesterday, look at the journey they had to go through to qualify. And I think African countries had their qualification on a platter of gold. All you just have to do is get to the semi-finals of the AFCON and you're sure of a place. I wasn't expecting Zambia to do anything today against Spain, because Spain won all of their 8 games qualifiers without conceding a goal. That's to tell you how strong their defense is. And Zambia did not pose a threat. Morocco did not pose a threat. South Africa did not. At a point, they posed the threat, but not for so long. I think Nigeria is the only country that has posed the threat to any of their opponents, and it should serve as a wake-up call.
Okay, now, Ival, you know, we had an interesting conversation today earlier on. I mean, the qualification format thing, because just like Blessing pointed out, it's more or less debutants, but I mean, there are other debutants who were not, annihilated in ridiculous fashions. What's your say? What's your take regarding the qualification format of regional thing? We have to go through regional qualifications to the WAFCON. Then from there, the 4 best team will now gain automatic qualification to the World Cup. Do you think it has any effect to what Africa presents at any World Cup? Definitely it does, and I've not been indifferent on this one. I've always been on the side of why, for the sake of regional presentation, like when I also voiced my disappointment with the NNL format, that you had to break it down into the Northern and Southern Conference. I said no, allow every fish in the pond to fight to survive. With that, the best team in the land will get to show himself. But we had to give regional teams a chance to qualify through their own part of the draw, and it became here and there. So I have always been vocal about this particular qualification format, where we had to play Eastern, Central, Northern Africa, West Africa and Southern Africa, whether we like it or not. When it comes to women's football, and even in the men's games, the powerhouse of African football is West Africa. That's where the game is. Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Ghana, that's where the power is for both men's football and the women's game. So for what they did in the qualifiers by playing it, playing the WAFCON qualifiers regionally. Imagine that Nigeria stopped both Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana from qualifying. Those are 2 very strong nations, and from where football has gotten to,
you should expect Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana to put up a better performance because teams have the gap now between what is obtainable then and now has really been cut down. Look at the way teams have played, even as newbies in the big stage. Panama, for example, Haiti, for example, Jamaica holding France, a 5th ranked side, to a goalless draw. So you could see that the gap is narrowing. Even in the men's game, we saw how the likes of Tunisia, Ghana, Morocco all battled at the last FIFA World Cup. So I would have loved to see back the other format. Now throw it open based on your ranking. You draw the groups, right? Top seeds will be top of the group. Then teams based on their ranking be bottom and fight for it.
The thing is, these teams have been here. Ghana have been at the World Cup before.
Yes.
Ivory Coast have been at the World Cup.
Yes,
before.
they have.
And it's not like they put up performances better than Nigeria, for instance, or even better than what the Zambians and the Moroccans are doing at the moment.
But the reality of things is that if you put these teams as top seeds or put them in different groups with the same Zambians and South Africans and Moroccans and Egyptians, I'm not sure they won't make it. I'm not sure they can't make it to the World the Nations Cup.
They will likely make it to the Nations Cup and possibly qualify for the World Cup. But it's about the performances.
Yeah,
once they get to the World Cup, what's the guarantee? Because they've been here before. What's the guarantee that they are going to perform better than what the Zambians and the Moroccans are doing at the moment?
The game has gotten better for the women's game, even the men's game. Africa has gotten closer. We saw what Africa could do last time in the men's World Cup. In this particular World Cup, South Africa and Nigeria have played so well. Nigeria may have been at the lowest ebb. As far as I'm concerned, we didn't come into this World Cup confident. This is our worst ever, send forth to the World Cup.
Okay.
The mojo was, the feeling was down.
Okay.
We're just saying, let's go down complete numbers. But we saw the display on the field of play. Yes, you would say it was just Canada, and Canada did not up their game. But Nigeria made it difficult for Canada to play. South Africa were almost running away with the points. They even scored first against Sweden.
Right.
What stopped them from getting a point in that game was that the height disadvantage. I kept up saying that these girls, the floating of the ball to their area will cause problems. And finally, it paid off. There's no how you can defend crosses for 90 minutes and you don't get punished at the end of the day. So if South Africa had gotten maybe taller players, they would have been able to see off that game and get a point out of it. So if you look at Ghana and look at Cote d'Ivoire, in terms of quality players, in terms of physicality, and in terms of possibly going over the World Cup time and time again, they must have learned a thing or two. And I really feel they would have given a better representation than what we have in terms of Morocco here, because Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, come on, even Cameroon, would have made it tougher for their opponents. But it's been a one-way traffic. But I'm not going to take anything away from Zambia and Morocco. I feel they've given their best, and they do learn from here going into the next World Cup.
All right, this is certainly a conversation that we're going to have probably over the weekend. We will not have enough time to dissect and look properly into the World Cup qualification format for the women and the direct impact it may have, on the performances of African nations at the World Cup proper. But Chukwuzite, the NFF are saying Falcons is now in your hand. You have to do Africa proud. You have to hold that. You have to hoist that African flag, so to speak, and make sure it sells, it soars. Is it in their hands? Can they do it? They have to face the Matildas tomorrow, and anything short of a win might be extremely damaging if they want to get that. How many? $60,000 per player at the round of 16. What's your thoughts, Chukwuzite?
The NFF make Super Falcons proud when they are going there. And then show themselves, but for the matters on the pitch, it's critical at the moment. I expected them to pick up a draw against Canada, yes, and they did so against Australia to be a tough battle, like I said at the beginning of the show. Australia will come out all guns blazing because there's nothing to fight for against apart from just the 3 points on the bag, and make it easier for you to qualify to the round of 16 than stressing yourself in the last game against Canada. And if you want to stress yourself against Canada, make sure that your destiny should be in your hands. So Nigeria has a big role to play for themselves tomorrow. Get a draw against Australia, make it easier for yourself, or get a win. It's a two-way thing, because Nigeria getting a win tomorrow is making the job easier for them against Ireland. And who says Ireland are pushover the game they played against Canada today? It shows that they have the energy, they have a star player in their midst, they have people that can make the game easier for them, and they can put some surprises in the game. So I'm not even sure that Nigeria to against Ireland can get a result against a favorable result against Ireland. So what we should do is, Australia is a tough battle to go and face. With injury update in that team, I think we're not going to face the likes of Sam Kerr in that team. with even the recent injury against the striker four-way, not going to be playing part in the game too, and one of the defender not going to be playing part in the game. So tough battle for them. Surely that Africa has disappointed us at the World Cup, and looking at the status Nigeria against Australia, I'm looking at the star name that I can pick in the Nigerian team and who can surprise us.
This is Alashola.
She didn't even go out.
Rashida Rajibade is back. Alimatu Ayinde is back. Deborah Abiodun will not be playing, unfortunately.
I think you're talking about team performances, not talking about
you just talked about stars, and I'm mentioning the stars in the team.
We had stars in the first game. We usually had stars.
Actually, Plumter is a star.
We usually had stars in the first game, but we couldn't cut it in the first game. So it's no matter of having the stars in the team.
Star woman.
Star girl.
Woman.
It's a
FIFA Women's World Cup.
How old is Shema Kanade?
He's star woman now.
Okay, no.
I think if you pick up
the star, we talk the star boy, we talk for the other side. I never hear star man or star man before. That star boy we talk. So if una say una own, no say una own, they always get caveat. So if una own a star women, I be star woman.
Yes.
Because you are Gongo.
Yes.
Uzo, let's talk about the Falcons tomorrow. How does Randy set up this team to take up the Matildas in order to get a favorable result?
Well, I still think going with a 4-3-3 formation is going to be something cool. And then have someone energetic like Ajibade coming back into the team that's going to be coming down from the right-hand side of the wing. Ajibade during the WAFCON in Morocco showed that capacity and strength, even against all the teams we play, including Morocco, before she was sent off by the red card that she got. So I think that forward line is okay to me. I know yesterday Ezine suggested that Gifmonde be brought in for Onumonu to start up the match. Yes, Gifmonde has that strength too and that ability. So I think it is something that he should also do. Right now, the kind of players you are going to bring in are not just players like that. You have to bring in players with the strength, the energy, and the ability. I think these are players that you have to bring in. I'm seeing some post online. I don't know how true it is that Azizat Shola might not really play the game tomorrow, but we'll see her on the pitch. But it is not cool for you to risk her. It is either you bring her out maybe to start the match, or you bring her later on at the second half if you have anything that you feel that might make her not to be in that match, than just risking her. Remember, that was what happened in the WAFCON. We saw that she was not really cool, but we still brought her into the game, and that was how she didn't play the rest of the matches in Morocco. So I think the mentality now they should come up with is the winning mentality. This one, there is no time to play games now. No time to show individual strength of football now. Play as a team and stick to whatever plan you have. Do not go out of the box unless you see that the plan you had, first of all, is not working for you. Right now, their destiny is in their hands. It is in the hand of nobody. And also, you have to be very prepared, because there should be no room for mistakes. There should be no room for unseriousness, or seriousness all the way. And I'm sure if they can go into that pitch with that mentality, I'm very sure that they are going to get that win for Nigeria. Even a draw should not come into their head like something they should get. They need a win, and after that we can talk about the draw against Ireland.
All right, Blessing. I'm going to get to the potential, the clash between Nigeria and Ireland later. But Blessing, that approach by Randy in the first game, hold them off, soak them off. You know, the Canadians didn't go out against them. It paid off. Of course, there was a penalty saved. That's why Chiamaka Nadoze is there as a goalkeeper. So yeah, goalkeepers are there to make saves. That's why she's part of the team. So you cannot take that away from whatever the coach may have done. It paid off. Should that be the approach this time? The Falcons came out some 15 minutes to the end of the second half, you know, and maybe had a couple of opportunities. Nomoni equally had an opportunity that she couldn't convert. Would that approach work when they face the Matildas, or do you think something different?
I think it's still going to work, but with a little bit of changes, because the players that it started are players that have strength, the agility. They were able to run down the whole field and even maintain energy. What I think it should change is Asisa should not be starting, because She was almost.
Are you for real?
Yes, she was almost absent in that game.
Wow.
She was almost.
That's surprising.
It is not surprising because
you say she shouldn't start.
Yes,
she didn't do well in the first game. Does it necessarily mean that she's not going to perform better in the second game?
She shouldn't start. She shouldn't start. Like, bring in someone else.
Okay.
For the midfield, solid.
Deborah Kante Abiodun will not be there.
Ainde will be returning. Ajibade
returning.
will also be there, but I think he just needs to make one or two changes. The back line solid, don't touch anything. The goalkeeper solid. Where we really need changes is the attack. The only form of brilliance we had in that game, in going forward, was this girl, Ifoma Onumonu. She was the only one that played like she wanted to score. So at this point in time, let her start.
Make her be a poster girl. A poster woman. Sorry.
Yes, let her start. Then Francisca Odega, please sit on the bench. Don't start her. Let her sit on the bench because she was slow, she was sloppy, and she made too many errors in the last game. So let her sit on the bench. Ajibade should play on that wing. Onumonu on the right. Then
maybe Tony Payne.
Tony Payne, quoi.
Yeah,
no,
she played.
She can play up front now.
No, I'm talking of the wings.
Attack. The wings. Tony Payne can't debut at the wing now.
No, Onumonu should still play from the wings.
Okay.
Ajibade left. Then forward, either you bring in Gifts Monday or Desire. Yes, if Assisat is fit, you bring her in the second half. Don't start with Assisat. No.
Alliance, if you're going to go through that ideas of blessing, I think we'll lose tomorrow because surely Assisat is our poster girl. She's one of our
whatever formation we use, we lose it. It's like 85% seal that we're going to lose.
No, I'm not sure because see, if you play Ashishat, there's always a possibility that there's a goal that might come.
At least the threat she possesses. I mean, she's a star. She's a big name player.
She's always a threat to any defense line, and you are scared of her speed, agility. She can even score goals from any tight angle.
When last did she score for the Super Falcons?
When last did the Super Falcons play a game? That's the question.
Have we not been playing?
Have
we not been playing?
The easiest way is this. I was disappointed with Odegaard. She should not even start the match, and I think that she shaped in that formation. I think I'll go with the 4-4-2 formation and pair Ajibada and Ashushat. Then look for a tight midfielder, play Onomono to the midfield, bring in Tony Payne, then with Abiodun. Then look for
recorded. Sorry, she won't be there.
She won't be there.
Yeah.
Look for. I'm trying to look for a defensive-minded
player that can shield that midfield.
You're not having a responsibility in that front line. Just what you do is just focus on your back line, scatter everybody that's coming from the rest of the Australians, and that's a work. Then I can allow Ashola to just be the free man.
Okay.
Roll around the pitch and yes, that will make her feel that responsibility is not on her shoulder, that she can carry the same forward, and if they give it to her, she shows that she can disappoint, or she has that responsibility to score goals.
Okay, Ival, I'm thinking of the front lineup, the attacking lineup without Odega, without Asisat. I know the threats that these girls bring and the establishment that they've had, or is it time that Waldrum thinks of a transition?
He has to make a big decision tomorrow. He has to, decide. He has to make a big call tomorrow. And if I were to be Randy Waldrum, I'll drop Asel Oshoala to the bench. Same for Francisco Odega. I'll drop 2 players to the bench. Onomono will be my striker up front because I don't think Zara Panose is very fit. Last time she didn't even make the bench. Yeah, so I don't know how fit she is. So Ajibade returns. She plays one side of the wings. Then I play Uche Nakanu or Monday Gifts on the other side. Onomono will be my striker for tomorrow's game. 60 minutes into the second half, I might just bring in Oshoala if she's actually ready to play that game. To come in with the pace where the backline of the Matildas must have also tired out from the rigors of the game itself. It's been a wonderful approach, and this is why I want to give credits to Randy Waldrum. That first game wasn't bad at all from the approach standpoint. It was a game where we had everything mapped out. The players also executed the plan to close to 90% of it. If we had taken our chances, Oshoala with that opportunity where she rounded off the goalkeeper, just a little bit of composure. Come back with the ball, retrieve it, come back, and you have a big net to hit. But she rushed it, and that's the difference between the top players and just any other player. That's why they pay you the big bucks. That's why you're playing for the biggest of teams in the world. But she couldn't have that moment of composure to seal things off for Nigeria. So the midfield was so good. What with Halima Tayinde with her experience coming back, she's also a shield. Uchebe was already playing like a very good Yaya Toure on a day. She was holding up play skillfully. She was there hitting the passes across. Tony Payne was a ball carrier, trying to link from midfield to the attack. So if we have two flying wingers, Ajibade on one side, possibly Mondi give Oche Nakano on the other side, Onomonu with her height and also her presence up front, I feel it can cause a lot of problems. What we've got to do is just to believe.
Okay.
Because that's the difference between what we can get and what everybody believes will happen. Is belief. If you can believe, you rattle your opponents, you rush them, you press them, and you force them to make mistakes. So that's it.
Dear Falcons, believe that you can do it, and you're gonna do it. Words from the studios this afternoon. So guys, also I'm gonna start with you. Are the Falcons making it out tomorrow on skate? About skate, I mean 100%. And by 100%, I mean all 3 points.
My brother.
Let's go, bro.
Well, I believe they should.
They should. Okay, you're not sure. Blessing.
I don't see them making it out.
Eval.
If we play the way we played against Canada and a bit better, we get all 3 points in that game tomorrow.
It's still conditional. I needed a very firm.
Chances.
If any team that convert their chances win matches.
If Australia convert their chances,
they win. So that's why what I'm asking. What I want now from you guys is, are they coming out on skate or not?
Nigeria wins tomorrow.
I just win tomorrow. 1-0.
Blessing. Let me come back.
Nigeria is not winning tomorrow.
Okay, is that a draw or loss? Uzo, you want to change your mind?
Nigeria gets a draw.
Gets a draw tomorrow. And you think how much chance do they stand? Is that Republic of Ireland you saw today?
Father Lord.
All right, coming to the show. Join us via the SMS and WhatsApp button for now. 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. That's our SMS and WhatsApp portal for your contribution on the show this afternoon. And later on, we'll try to open the phone lines for your reactions for those who want to call. By the way, now, as I told you that the NFL have said, you guys are gonna have to be the image carrier of Africa at the World Cup, dear Nigeria. But here's another thing. The same NFL declared that it has nothing to hide in the $1.7 million approved by the federal government for Super Falcons participation in the ongoing Women's World Cup holding in Australia and New Zealand. NFL declarations came just after former Eagles winger Adegoke Adelabu charged the football house to be ready to account for how it spent the money after the competition. Adelabu said the important thing is for them to give account of how the money was spent after the World Cup. If they are subjected to forensic auditing of account at the end of the competition, everything will be clear. Now, the $1.7 million approved by President Bola Tinubu for the Super Falcons participation at the World Cup was said to have been deliberately leaked to members of the public from office of the chief of staff in the presidential villa, thereby causing mixed reaction from stakeholders. Some say such classified documents shouldn't have been leaked in the first place, and others feel it will make the NFF to sit up. However, a top official of the NFF told The Guardian in an interview that what the federal government approved was meant to cater for a number of things. Now, the person said, the breakdown of all we ask from the federal government is there for everyone to see. That is there in that document. That document has a breakdown of everything. The official said, pleading anonymity. At the initial stage, our request to the federal government through the Ministry of Youth and Sport Development captured winning bonuses for the players. But immediately FIFA came up with its $30,000 for the players, we wrote another letter to government to expunge the winning bonuses from the budget. Now, what we have in the breakdown is daily allowances for the players, winning bonuses and extra code for the coaches and other technical officials, as well as money for medical expenses. If there is serious medical issue concerning the players, it is the responsibility of FIFA to address it, but it is the duty of every federation to provide medicals for the players and the officials at any competition, the official said. By the way, NFF Secretary General Dr. Mohamed Sanisu has disclosed that the federation's decision to approve Coach Randy Wardrob's request for a fitness trainer has paid off for the Super Falcons at the World Cup. We're speaking with The Guardian, by the way, and he talked about the video analyst Dr. Terry Iguaje, who is also part of the team, and also talked about the recovery of some players from injuries and all that stuff. Eval, in that document, as carried by some media tabloid, there is no bonuses for the Falcons. But money where they put for, visitors to the World Cup, there are bonuses for the coaches, bonuses for medical doctors and all that, and other extra code accommodation and all that. But what was catchy for many is that no bonuses for the players,
and that's very bad. This is where I have a problem, because this money row or quarrel between federations and players is really shameful. Firstly, whether FIFA money came or not, there was supposed to have been a statutory match bonuses, win, draw, or lose. That's what happens in a men's game. The guys go get as high as $5,000 for a win, $3,000 for a draw, around $1,500, $1,000 for a loss. So whether FIFA money comes or not, this money, match bonus for the players, was supposed to have been there. Why expunge it? This is your own
because
part of... FIFA's money is different. If my father is supposed to give me pocket money, statutory, in that house, we know that my father gives me pocket money every week. And my uncle comes from outside to dash me money. Or my auntie dashes me money.
Your daddy now tell you, bros.
Beginning my money. It is not possible. Because this one is statutory. This one is statutory that, hey, you are entitled to 500 naira every week from me to you as a dad. So if my uncle come and give me money, let's say gives me 5,000, that's just a one-off. And it doesn't have any business with your own money. So it is really bad that the NFF expunged this particular what do I put it? Remuneration, from that list, if that's what they claim. But again, you see, there's nothing to hide. It had to take an investigative journalist to see those documents.
Yeah.
$1.7 million. And what if we don't get past the first round? Recall former minister Solomon Dalong will tell you that they will put money that will take us to the end of the tournament, and they'll be praying that we'll come back early, so that the remaining money, it goes into transit. This is Nigeria, for goodness sake. Randy Waldron asked the question. You say, what happens to FIFA's 960,000 what? Dollars.
Yeah.
And what's his name? Adema Olajire came out to say that when they hosted friendly match there, when you went for this invitational, when you went for the other invitational, is this stone you used to go there?
So what now happened to this $1.7 million approved by the federal government?
If that paper didn't leak, there's nothing in the open. He says everything is in the open. No, it wasn't in the open. If they got the money,
what he means is that they will account for it.
How would they account for it? When we don't know the content of what was even there, we don't even know they got money. If the documents weren't leaked, Nigerians will not know. It's a country that signs deals. The NFF have been signing the under Melvin Pinnick. What we just hear is that we hear the duration of the contract, but we don't know the amount. See, in developed climes, the amount I mentioned, how many people have been kidnapped, how many people have been killed because amounts were mentioned. We are talking about Kylian Mbappe, £700 million a year deal in case he moves to Saudi Arabia. How many times have all the Nigerians we have playing abroad that we know their salary, Ian Achoni, Kelechi, and the rest, have they died? This is where you have to start from somewhere. You have to start from somewhere, and it becomes a norm in the society.
Yeah.
So this $1.7 million, why I feel is even too much, because what if our engagement at the World Cup ends in the group stage? Have we expended $1.7 million?
It's a big question, because as has been gathered, monies have been budgeted till the final of the World Cup. NFF don't collect money till the final of the World Cup, so including accommodation, every welfare, whatever. They don't collect till the final from federal government of the World Cup.
So
if they now come out from group stage,
yes, what happens?
NFF will have to come and account what they will do with the remainder of the money.
You return it back to the place you collected it.
Okay. I asked a question some time ago. I said, I have never seen NFF President, Secretary General come out to complain of no salary. And with these documents, is a sign that the government is actually releasing money. Because if not for the fact that we saw this document online, we wouldn't have heard, nobody would have said anything. Then at the end of the day, they will owe these girls. Was it not just 2 days ago that 3 of the players were paid their WAFCON bonus? According to them, that there was a mistake while they were filling the form. Their bank details had mistake, and it took you almost a year or over a year to pay back. That's to tell you that the people in charge of our sports, I think at this point in time, I just don't know what to say because
trust them.
I don't trust them. I don't trust them because every time we keep hearing players complaining. Players are always complaining of salaries being owed. Players are always complaining of wages. Players are complaining. And at this point, we don't even trust them that if FIFA gives them the money to pay the players, they will give them. What is so difficult if FIFA says, Reliance, take this $30,000 and give it to Blessing? It's simple. It's simple.
And to just call Blessing, drop your answer. You drop your answer and forward them.
So why can't we have trust?
Life no hard.
Why can't we have trust in them?
We'll collect bank charges, please. We'll collect bank charges.
We don't have a minister for sports presently.
Yeah.
But the federal government approved such a huge amount of money.
Yeah.
That's to tell you that they have faith in the Super Falcons. They have faith in football. The government wants to see football go into a new level. And at the end of the day, you kept it quiet. The players have gone. The players were not in a good mood. There were stories of them not playing their games. Reliance, we should do better in this country.
All right. Just about 3 or 4 days ago, that was when Ifeoma Onumono, Michelle Lozier, and Nico Payne received their outstanding WAFCON bonuses of 2022. As the Punch gathered, and as the Guardian gathered in an interview with an NFF official who pleaded anonymity, they said they are going to account for the money, the $1.7 million they received from the federal government, and has also been gathered by several media platforms. The $1.7 million is a complete fund that caters for the needs of the Falcons. It's a little bit difficult to say needs of the Falcons because waiting there for the Falcons save now just I think daily allowances are be so
daily $100
per day, something like that, you know. Oh no. So it's more or less, well, let's just say the Super Falcons, so they're gonna account for it, but minister money.
Minister money there.
Yes.
The minister that we don't have.
Minister
money there.
Yes.
I need to look for that document again and see it again.
Yes.
Because
I saw it and I was asking, is it the minister that is playing the football?
Minister,
we don't have a minister.
You know, when we talk about cutting down costs, it's not for only the poor. Yes, it is true. It is for those in the high and mighty too. The minister should be going with his own pocket money.
All right, and
sacrifice.
As senior man for the
sacrificing in this country. So the minister should also sacrifice.
What is the minister of sports going to do there?
No, he's going to go and give them morale.
Yes.
Which morale?
It's a morale booster.
Stay here.
We had a minister who played football, trained with them under General. Have you recall that photograph when he was training with the likes of Musa and the rest?
Let's go to the phone lines. Let's go to the phone lines to have your contribution. The Falcons match tomorrow, 11 a.m. is the match against the Matildas. What do you think of that particular matchup? And also your contribution to what an NFL official has told the Guardian in anonymity that the $1.7 million they received from the federal government for the Falcons participation of the World Cup, they're going to account for it. And some are saying federal government shouldn't have even approved this money because, I mean, FIFA has catered for most of these things and stuff. And some are equally saying the NFF should account for it, as the former Green Eagles player Adelabo has equally insisted. So are the Falcons getting it all done tomorrow? We saw Canada against Republic of Ireland. So let's have your thoughts. 0817000951 and 08109510 951. SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701-933-9962. Hi, good afternoon. Lost that call. Do well to call back as you take your reactions. By the way, Rhys James, I beg your pardon, has questioned the commitment of former players at Chelsea, insisting that there were some who didn't want to be there last season. So maybe why many were blaming coaches. Coaches are not good enough. And the players been the cause wahala. Do you think so? Let's go to the phone lines. Hi, good afternoon.
Greetings to you.
Greetings to you, Eto from Roma. Hello, let's have your contribution.
Thank you. Greetings to the house.
Good afternoon, Eto.
Reliance.
Yeah.
I want to ask the house, the Today FM Sport crew, since this particular so-called NFL president came into power, especially my friend Eva. Eva was one person who led the crew to criticize Ahmad Jumeir's impunity in every step that man make. But it found so difficult for you to criticize whatever is going on. Look at the money that is approving now. They want to divert it. They want to siphon the money. My friend Eva is not saying anything about it.
You can't conclude they want to siphon the money. You can't conclude. There's no evidence to that effect. No. How do you know they've made a plan? How do you know?
Why are they not disburse the money? I'm putting the money in the right perspective where the money is supposed to go.
It's until after the World Cup they can now make an account for the money spent.
You and I know that.
I don't know. Now I'll let you know.
Okay, you don't. Okay, I know that anything contrary to this outside of the match, if they didn't make the money we lost. You and I know that.
I don't know.
So, but let me talk about the Super Falcon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Super Falcon, they will make it. I like that particular lineup, Blessing and Eba bringing.
Yeah.
Ifeoma Onumenu should be the one to lead that particular lineup. Asisa Shola should be at the bench. If possible, he should not even play the 90 minutes. Because it's not the Barcelona you will come and show a big girl at the rest.
All right.
See other people making things happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for contributing. It's from Roma Holu. If you're one of those supporting that Asisa Shola should be on the bench alongside Francisco Caldega, then let us know too. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The name remains no photocopy, no duplicate.
Go ahead.
I call you from a beautiful town of Rumipo.
Interesting. Go ahead.
I think everybody has said it all. This is the first time I see three wise persons sitting, and there is no argument. They are all saying the same thing. Asisa Oshola should be on the bench. If possible, he should not play the game. He fell. This is not the first time. Sometimes I keep wondering if this is the same Asisa that play and nominated as African best either 3 times, and nominated for best female footballer on 8. But what I saw that first game, we played 10 against 11. So to cut long story short, that lineup that everybody is presenting, if the coach told that line, we will win or take a draw against Australia.
Thank you.
That lineup is a goal without assistance. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Eva, can you start chatting up around the wardrobe? You get why? Start dropping the message right now so he has a consideration. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, please. Yeah, what's your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is Ben. I'm calling from Pulu.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm playing it tomorrow. Tomorrow by what time?
11 a.m.
Okay. Please, this match, features Shola for that match, please. I just beg of you. He said, if you not even play any match, the tournament.
Agbabola.
Yes. If you not play any match, the tournament, because he make a very big mistake. In fact, the coach that is supposed to score, he threw away the goal. So he should not play any match until the tournament is.
Okay.
Even without her, the Nigeria, Super can make it without her.
Okay. That's what I'm making for WAFCON. Thank you very much. Without her, I'm making for WAFCON. Eva, like I said, start chatting up Randy Abel. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys.
Simon Rumadumaya, go ahead.
Wow. What are these chances are having this afternoon? Here, as somebody who has been into football, yes, assistant have not been covering herself a glory. I don't know what is the problem with the assistant now. The assistant I saw during under 20 level. He's no longer the assistant, but in her club side, he's still doing very, very well. But there is one thing in world of football now. You understand? Your star person, your star player, supposed to be at the pitch. Sometimes it will be scaring the opponent, especially the defenders. Especially when the person is on the ball, about 3 person might crowd her to mark her. Then it will give other one the space. But the only one, even if our sister will start, let her start if she is fit. But let them make sure that Ajibade must start the game.
All right.
Let drop the other the most beautiful girl.
Okay.
Don't let them just drop her at the bench.
All right.
Just stop to at least let them get at least a draw.
All right.
1 point in that match. Then we can go with the 1 point.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your contribution. That's the call. Apologies. I unfortunately ended your call instead of picking it. Apologies. Please do want to call back. Good day, please. Okay, I'll come back to that message. Hi.
Hello, Lilian. Good afternoon.
I greet you, my brother. How about you now?
My body don't include.
Okay. What we did. What's be your name?
James Akanenya. Good afternoon.
My James Akanenya on the line.
Oh yeah. What's going to happen to Falcons tomorrow?
Is it not the same officer that is specialized on that field? Yeah, other opponents will be focusing on her, while other people will get chance to do the damages. Is it better for her to be on that field? Let other people focus on her, then other people will now take advantage of that and do the damage, and Nigeria will win the match. I don't like the way people are reasoning that they should drop her, they should not even feature on the match.
Okay.
It's not fair. It's not fair to our star player. It's not.
Okay. 5-time best Africa Women's Best Player of the Year. Record. No one has made in keep for bench. Imagine Germany keep Alex Pop for bench, or Spain keep Alexis Putellas for bench. Why don't they talk this thing like this now? Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. I just want to ask, what was the score of Canada versus Ireland today?
Canada won 2-1.
2-1.
Yeah.
Wow.
What's your name?
D-Man.
All right, thank you very much. Good day, please. Did you see Man City versus FC Bayern game today? And what was the score? If I'm a City fan, it ended 2-1 in favor of City. McCarthy and Laporte scored for City. Whitehall scored for Bayern Munich. I'm taking messages now from the SMS portal. Good day to the FM, and I'm young Sammy texting from Bayelsa Reliance. I wonder if it's the same oil we have that Saudi Arabia are using to buy all these players, hosting boxing bouts and the rest. Valid, hope you are training because me and you get bout for Saudi Arabia. I don't price my community. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm optimistic that the Super Falcons will win tomorrow. And as for my darling team Chelsea, they are cooking something nice for the upcoming season. Prince from Romosi. All right, Prince. Super Falcons match, is it 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. on Thursday tomorrow? It's 11 a.m. All right, from the WhatsApp port. This one says, okay, that was for Maxwell. Good afternoon. Make no fear. Nigeria will make it out of that group, either by hook on and crook. I'm glad that the rest of the African teams are being flogged. It shows that we are the giant of Africa. I can't, hope you meant to write, I can't wait for 11 o'clock and to watch Francisco Odega, Kinikachi, aka Barcelona Prime Minister from Roma Hollow, Francisco Odega's husband. Hallelujah. Good afternoon to everybody in the studio. I'm Luis in Rukboko. It will be a tough match for our ladies because this always look like one of the most competitive groups at the World Cup, and so it's proving to be. We can fancy our chances if we avoid defeat tomorrow, then finish off with a win in the last game. Let the poor breathe. Some of our cons are finishing with 7 points. With Ayune and Rashidat back in that team, we will be stronger. Kudos to you guys. Okechuku from Owari. Thank you very much, Okechuku. Let's see how that goes tomorrow. 11 o'clock is not far off again. This should be my last caller. Hi, good afternoon. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Reliable, my friend.
Yes, please. What's your name? Contribution. Okay, go ahead.
Please, I want to find out if Nigeria have changed their currency to dollars. Because you are talking about the president is $1.7 million to the Super Falcons. So why not Naira?
Now waiting then give us now go talk now. Maybe I consider on converter.
I'm not talking about conversion because you're talking to a Nigerian team. Why not Naira? Why dollar? Because coming from outside, you can talk of dollars. Can Americans use another currency to pay their country people? That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. So that's
okay. It's okay. It's okay. But it's a very valid question. President Tinubu needs to be communicated.
Local content, local content, not for yours.
Yeah.
You start from the top.
Yeah, start from the top. So Tinubu will be communicated in this regard. Many thanks to Blessing Andrew for cooking this package and being part of the guys on the analysis side of things.
Rice.
And many thanks to Ival, Edu, also Chiku Duma and Chiku Zite. Let's talk tomorrow by 3 p.m. By that time, we don't know whether Falcons will qualify or they not go qualify. Alright, but 7:30 Sport Attack comes your way. My name remains Reliable Reliance Udonian. Up next is the news updates at 4 p.m. Stay right there. Do not touch the dial. Good evening.
Money on my mind. You care what they yarning about me in particular.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Many thanks for joining us. Here's the news update on today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Reliance O'Daniel. Tension has heightened in Enugu State following the alleged killing of 3 residents amidst protests by traders. Traders had taken to the street earlier today to protest the sealing of their shops by the state government for not opening for business on Monday. However, the protest is said to have turned violent, with at least 3 persons reportedly shot dead. Video clips being circulated show lifeless bodies of 2 young men and that of a woman. Security forces were said to have been deployed to disperse the protesters, but it is unclear who fired the shots. The police public relations officer, Enugu State Command DSP Daniel Ndukwe, in a statement said the peaceful protest by the traders was hijacked. He, however, added that normalcy has been restored and that investigation initiated on the orders of the Commissioner of Police will be carried out. The coalition of united political parties has rubbished the planned self-review by the Independent National Electoral Commission over the outcome of the 2023 presidential election. The CUPP called on INEC to set up an open, independent public inquiry on the glitches that the commission claimed undermined the integrity of the 2023 presidential election if they were serious about integrity. In a statement signed by its National Secretary Peter Ame, the CUPP said that suspicion and lack of public confidence in the election are overwhelming. The CUPP also said the INEC review would not justify what happened or uncover the fraudsters within the commission that allegedly deliberately thwarted the process by which Nigerians could have established a credible election process. The The presidency says despite the hike in ancillary fees at several universities nationwide, tuition remains free in federal universities. This comes barely 5 days after federal unity colleges increased the school fees for new students from 45,000 naira to 100,000 naira. According to a statement signed by the President's Special Advisor on Special Duties, Communication and Strategy, Dele Alake, the ancillary fees charged by the institutions are not tuition fees. On the foreign scene, Niger's presidency says some members of the Presidential Guard tried to move against President Mohamed Bazoum, warning that the army was ready to attack them if they did not back down. The presidency's official Twitter account said the Presidential Guards engaged in an anti-pop Republican demonstration and tried in vain to obtain the support of the other security forces. It added that Bazoum and his family were well after news agencies quoted security sources as saying that the guards were holding Bazoum inside the presidential palace in the capital, Niamey. The Economic Community of West African States has condemned the alleged coup attempt. And that was news update on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Many thanks for listening. Good evening. I am Reliance Odanyan.
Are you tired of paying rent? Wouldn't you like to own a house of your own? Stress no further, because with just 5 million naira, you can become a proud owner of a 2-bedroom apartment and 4-bedroom smart terrace duplexes in a serene environment within GRA. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. With just 5 million naira down payment, you can say bye-bye to house rent issues. Why not start today by investing in any of our off-plan project and spread the balance within a year and 6 months? Wow! So what are you waiting for? Activate your access to luxury living by dialing 0913-888-8892 or 0706-282-4485. Don't forget, you can also invest in any of our landed properties in different locations. Pay us a visit today at Odibola House, Yenwali Surim Layout, Tumbia Extension, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt, or online via www.odibolaproperties.com. Follow us on social media and win big in our Big Fridays giveaway. Facebook at Odibola Property, IG Odibola Properties, and Twitter Odibola Properties.
All stands, greet.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You're welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand Pidgin English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now what we go use henceforth? Okay, carry your paper. Carry your paper. Them for my class. People of this world, them plenty. Things of this people, many. So many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. Multiplier. The answer you get now waiting, they make poor man they cry. The answer you get now waiting, they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting, they make young boys and girls join party gang. Answer you get now waiting.
Good afternoon to you and welcome to the show. It's almost 9 minutes past 4 o'clock. It is the platform on radio on your premium talk station, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Prince Ajubo. And of course, I'm here to give you insight into some of the news reports making the rounds. We'll begin with the headlines. Youths in Ahoda East local government area appealed to authorities to provide buses to help residents relocate to higher ground. National Rice Producers, Processors, Millers and Marketers Association of Nigeria and Rivers State asked federal government to put 19.2 billion naira palliative for farmers to good use. 3 persons die in Enugu State following protests by traders over sealing of shops by government. The Nigerian police force unveils app to aid in fight against crime. As calls for migration to upper land from flood-prone areas heightens, youth leaders in Ahoda East local government area of Rivers State have pleaded with local and state government to provide buses to help smoothen the process. The Public Relations Officer of the Igbo Akko Youth Congress, Hector Ikakita, who made this call in an interview with Today FM Sandra Kenneth, noted that the removal of petrol subsidy has greatly affected the standard of living, especially in rural areas. He pleaded with government to provide vehicles and create a committee that will be in charge to ensure that people are moved safely.
The local government and the state government, I believe there is need for them to work in synergy in making sure that mobility is being provided to the committee in charge of flooding in Ahoda East, so that to enable them to cut away people's belongings down to the camp, and also to convey people gradually so that it will not be a burden or much load on them when the flood will surface. I believe since fueling and all the rest, everything is costly now, and this is the best time for mobility to be provided and to begin to convey things and put preparation on ground.
Hector also called for tighter security around the camps, as he recalled incidences of shooting and raping in some camps during the last flood. He further pleaded for the deployment of medical personnel to attend to the health needs of the displaced persons.
And it's also be good that they put a medical expert on ground, doctors and nurses. During the time of the flood, people will want to give birth. People may have one sickness or the other. And I'm also pleading too that in the area of security, the local government chairman and the state commissioner of police should also double their effort in making sure that the whole camp in Ahoda East is also going to be security ensured, so that no life will be lost. People go into camp raping people and all the rest. So we are pleading that to double the stand. If need be, there should be more deployment of security agencies to enable the people that will live in this camp have free rest of mind.
And on to our talking point, what do you make of this appeal? Well, we are well into the rainy season, and it does seem like nothing is being done towards ensuring that those people where it's been predicted that there's going to be flood and they're well taken care of, being relocating or moving them to higher ground and providing for them. What do you make of this appeal, and why haven't the local and state government come out with any plans, as we know, on how to take care of people living in areas that have been predicted will be hit by floods this year? Of course, you did remember, that a day or two ago, the local government chairman of Ahoda East did ask people to move, and now the question is, how do we all move? So that is it. So what do you make of all this? The numbers to call to be a part of the discussion are 0817-0000951, 0810-951-0951, and of course for your messages, 0701-9339-962. 1 minute is all the time you've got. Hello?
Yes, my name is JJ and I'm calling you from Port Harcourt right now.
All right, JJ.
I don't know, because it's been long I've not been to that area. The flood resurfaced.
If it's resurfaced in some areas, of course, it comes gradually.
Well, so they now need bus to convey the people who are living in those areas that already have.
The local government chairman asked them to move, to relocate to higher ground.
You cannot just ask them to move now. If you want to hire a coastal bus, it's how much now? Or you want to even hire a big bus, it's how much? It's not something that local government cannot handle now. But my fear is that for the Ahoda West, if they are moving, to where?
Some persons have been moving. They've been moving to schools, to any public building they can find at higher grounds.
I thought you'd have allowed me just.
Okay, I thought you asked a question. I thought you asked a question.
I asked a question, but I wanted to also like a rhetorical question.
All right, please go ahead.
Because as at last year, right, I was in that area, and the area that you think is high ground now, when the flood come proper, will become a very low ground. So if you move them now to the area you think is high, then the flood comes and that place becomes a place that they can no longer stay. What happened? Because I also know that last year, the whole of Ahoda West people were moved to Ahoda town, which is Ahoda East, right? So all those put together, I don't know that I don't even know that if that year they even stay last year, we won't be in our east now. This will also be flooded. So it's a very dangerous thing that you don't even know where to go. Last year, the whole of Odwa was flooded and they were all moved to Abua. So if you say because there is no flood in certain areas now in villages, you move them to that area. When the main flood comes, what happens? So for me, I think the local government should be able to take care of that one. Then when the main flood comes, all those areas move them to a better place. Thank you very much.
All right. I should, going by previous experiences, they would know the areas to avoid or the areas to move to. I mean, talking about higher grounds or high ground, if you like. Okay. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Prince Adolfo.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Afternoon. This is Frank. Not Sam, Frank.
Frank, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Let me talk about the flood issue. I'm from my other west side. You know, this issue of moving people. You can't just ancestral flood Ghana, you begin to tell people move fast. No, that's not the right thing. Buying bus now will not stop the problem. What will stop the problem is where to put those people when the flood comes. It's not about buying bus. Are you getting my point?
Okay.
So, because if the flood come now, the whole of you can move on or a speedboat and a canoe. So there's nowhere you can move a truck. So you only either you swim, or so you can't swim all over the distance. Either you enter boat.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
thank you. Let's not forget it's 1 minute, so we can accommodate as many callers as we can. 017-0000-951. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon to you and welcome to the show.
Hey, Prince Ajubo, good afternoon.
Go ahead. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yes. All
right.
You see, it will be easier for an elephant to pass through the eyes of the needle than for the River State government to do the right thing as regards to this issue. As a matter of fact, there has been warnings and warnings upon warnings upon warnings over time over this flood issue. One singer was singing and within time he said, sorry, comfort. So you are expecting the River State government to do something about this impending flood. Sorry, comfort. Look at how flood has been ravaging, destroying people at that Orashi region, Ahoda East, Ogwebema West, and other places. You will not even need to call a government that cares for it.
All right, Okwando, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on now to the next story. The National Rice Producers, Processors, Millers and Marketers Association of Nigeria, Rivers State Chapter, has appealed to the federal government to channel the 19.2 billion naira set aside to cushion the effect of last year's flood on farmers to good use. The Rivers State chairman of the association, Godwin Akandu, made the call during an interview with Today FM's Olawale Sanusi. The NAPMAN chairman said the money approved by the National Assembly as a palliative to address the massive destruction to farmlands due to the 2022 flood crisis should not be hijacked by those he described as political farmers.
Pray that there should be no hijack, there should be no interference. President was specific in this direction by saying to cushion the effect of 2022 flood on farmlands, which signifies that it is meant for the rural farmers who are tilling the soil. We wouldn't like this to be a mirage, because when this money is either disbursed either by cash or kind, the farmers will utilize it and reinvest it into their farm, which will enhance their productivity, effect of high cost of living. There will be available food for consumption. That's why we are calling on the government that it should not be politicized.
All right, talking point now. So over 19 billion naira, okay, to be shared out to farmers across the country. I mean, especially those affected by floods from last year. Okay, and the question is: do you think farmers from down here, farmers from River State and in the south or the south can get to benefit from this gesture. 017 0000 951 010 9510 951, and for your messages 0701 9339 962. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, Mr. Zion, good afternoon to you.
You're welcome, Mrs. Zion.
As a farmer, I will tell you that money will not get to us.
You're a farmer. What are you into? Crop.
I'm a farmer now.
Crop or fish.
Crop,
okay.
Yes. I'm into crops. I'm also into poultry too. Potato, plantain, cassava, mashoni. In fact,
but no rice. You don't do rice. Mrs. Zion, you don't do rice.
No, I don't do rice.
Okay, go on what you're saying.
But time will tell. In the various future, I think we'll venture into that.
But you're not saying that you were affected by the flood. I mean, the farm.
No, we're affected now.
Oh.
Funny enough, this money will not even get to the farmers. The moment this money is being disbursed, before you see now, political farmers will sprout up everywhere.
Oh.
And these political farmers are not, they don't even have conscience, they are not even afraid of you. All they are and look at the error. The errors from the beginning that we told that this program will fail. Who are they disbursing the money to? To farmers. Whose name is that? Who is very farmer? If they have told me that the Farmers Association in Rivers and Bayelsa State, the cooperatives of the plantain farmers from Rivers and Bayelsa State, 10 billion has been given to them. We know where to go. Rice farmers in Rivers State, 5 billion have been given to them. We know where to go. But this one say you want to share. Look at the word to underline that word. And I want you to put this on record. We want to share 19 billion to farmers across Nigeria. They just want to give it to political farmers.
Okay.
Mr. Zion.
All right, Mr. Zion. Okay, whether you use the word disburse or you use share, I think if it's going to be misappropriated or appropriated, if you like, by people who do not deserve it, it will still end up that same way. No matter the term you choose to use, whether it's share or it's disbursed or given or donated. Okay, seem like let's see if I have. Okay, I will return to the messages soon. Okay, but let's move on to the next story, and we're moving out of the state. Tension has heightened in Enugu State following the alleged killing of 3 residents amidst protests by traders. Traders had taken to the streets earlier today to protest the sealing of their shops by the state government for not opening for business on Monday. However, the protest is said to have turned violent, with at least 3 persons reportedly shot dead. Video clips being circulated show lifeless bodies of 2 young men and that of a woman. Security forces were said to have been deployed to disperse the protesters, but it is unclear who fired the shots. The police public relations officer, Enugu State Command, DSP Daniel Ndukwe, in a statement said the peaceful protest by the traders was hijacked. He, however, added that normalcy has been restored and an investigation initiated on the orders of the Commissioner of Police. Okay, and here is our talking point. What do you make, firstly, what do you make of the decision of the Enugu State government to seal off the shops and banks for, according to them, flouting the order of, or rather complying with the stay-at-home order and flouting the directive of the government to open shop for business? Okay, so they sealed over 100 shops and I think 6 banks or so. And secondly, what's the best way, looking at what's playing out, because the people are really afraid of coming out to feel the authorities that government cannot protect them. What's the best way to stop the sit-at-home without endangering the lives of the people of the state and the southeast as a whole? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Goody, calling from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome to the show, Goody.
I think it is unfair. Don't like that. Why are people protesting? And the first thing, the governor shouldn't have go to the extent of stealing their shop. Because they bought these people miscreants. People who don't understand. People who lack knowledge. Tell other people sit at home. While other people at their various places. I don't know why you're punishing yourself. It's just as if somebody say, my father, give me my portion of land. And the father say, wait, or the father didn't talk. You shoot yourself. You ask again, you shoot yourself. You be destroying yourself while you're requesting something from somebody, maybe your father. Now, killing themselves now cannot even get that now. Somebody has gone down and will be buried. Somebody found this way the governor should do this. The governor should have been arresting those boys with them.
Okay.
All to do, go local government, create their name as the many that are doing all this thing, get them arrested.
All right.
This order is coming from up.
All right.
And people supposed to know.
Okay, we have to go. We have to go.
You're supposed to know that the order is illegal. But before you know it, the man in question said, I'm not the one giving the order.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's not forget, it's just about a minute. So put yourself together, put your thoughts together so you can make judicious use of their time allotted to you to express yourself. So we don't have to cut you midway. Thank you. Hello. Okay, sorry about that. You may have to call back. Hello, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon to you and welcome all the way from Bayelsa State.
Thank you, gift from Yenego. God bless you. Prince Ajubo, I know some of us who like, this is not the right way, but I remember similar thing wanted to take place in River State. And my own homie, my own elder brother, and my lovely governor, showed walking according to this local balance in the street. Say, there are some things that you don't joke with. Thank God this governor is starting this at the early stage. We might not agree with his style, but with what I have gathered and read on newspaper, the man is walking. Do you know that people comply by coming out, and these other people were afraid and they refused? If you can obey Simon Ekpa from wherever he is giving his own order from, according to IPOB leader who is in detention today as we speak, my hands and my leg are not part of this. So what do you expect the governor to do? And this governor went to even Mr. President to plead on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu, please release this man. The man is not even behind this whole thing. And they are discussing on that aspect. And people are still being afraid. See, go ahead and close them down. If you can obey this very Simon Ekpa, then you must obey me as the elected governor of the state. And if you refuse to obey me, just forget about doing anything business. For me, the weeks he's talking about is too short. The next 4 months, just sit at your own because you can obey it now and you don't want to.
All right, Gift. Sam, thank you, Sam.
3 majors is needed. Thank you.
The Gifts are rather mixing up the name. Hello. Okay. Thank you. Gift from Yena Goa. Let's. Okay. Hello.
Hello. Good day.
You're welcome to the show.
They are not obeying. Some people are afraid. If they come out, they might kill them. It's not that they want it. A lot of people, they don't want this thing at home. They hate it. But the fear is that if we come out, these boys might kill us. Then what have governor do to stop these boys? Because people are afraid of their life. It's not that they are loyal to the order. They don't want it. Because somebody somewhere enjoying himself in Finland and people are just keeping door suffering. Many people have died. And you're there in Finland enjoying people outside the river, outside the eastern state. There are people even, yes, it's good and it's good. But they don't know what people are suffering. There are aged ones. There are people who are sick. There are people who are supposed to be in their houses and be resting. And because of all these things, people can no longer rest. They are not happy. The fear of people, that is the problem. Only few want it. But a lot of people do not want it in the southeast. It's just because of the fear of these boys. Governor, do one thing or the other. Arrest these boys.
All right.
When you do that, there will be peace.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your time. All right. We'll move on to our fourth and final story now. The Nigerian Police Force says it has unveiled an app, Police VGS Quick Emergency Report and Response System, aimed at tracking crime and criminality in the country. Acting Inspector General of Police Olukayode Egbetokun disclosed this in a statement. He said the Police VGS is an additional option to the already launched C4I NPF Rescue Me app, which represents the epitome of the Nigerian Police's commitment to the security and safety of members of the public. He also said the application has been modeled to ensure prompt response and referral in the event of emergencies. A talking point. Do you consider this a welcome development, to use a very popular phrase here in this part of the country? Do you consider it a welcome development? And to what extent do you think these apps that have been revealed now by the police, that the police have come up with, to what extent do you think they will help in combating crime in Nigeria? What do you think about this? You think they will in some way help in curtailing crime and criminality in the country? Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, great Prince Ashipon.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Chibike calling from Borokri.
Okay, Chibike, good to have you.
So, there is murder in my mother state, Enugu State.
Oh, we've gone past that story.
Yes. Is this not a combination of stories now?
No, we're talking about the police and the...
Just give me a minute, please. Just give me a minute.
Right,
you
quickly.
See, it has now gone to the extent of if you come out to market, you die. If you don't come out, you die. Has there been any security provided by the government to protect the citizens of Enugu State from dying from the hands of the ESN or unknown gunmen? There is none. That means if they hide themselves at the home, they will seal their shop. If they come out to protest, they will die. You see, we regret the absence of Buruburu, the former governor, just as we regret the absence of Buhari.
You better speak for yourself. Speak for yourself, please.
Yes.
Oh, you regret?
Today, excuse me. Yes, because Tinubu's government is even worse than Buhari's government.
Okay, you're leaving the issue now. You're digressing.
Yeah, okay, let me stick to Enugu State now. Now, look at how many months has this present governor stayed? Since Buruburu was in the seat, has there been any protest that lead to anybody's death?
Because they didn't want to do anything. They didn't want to do anything. Oh well, I don't know. I cannot say that. But maybe they didn't go this extent in trying to stop people from complying with the sit-at-home order.
No, he is enforcing that everybody must be coming out, while the non-government is killing them if they come out.
Okay.
What protection have you given to the citizens if they come out to do their training?
Thank you for your time. I guess you're trying to say the issue now should be which of them will be the lesser evil, which one should we want to face. But that's not the story we're looking at. We're looking at the police unveiling two apps. One was a week ago and the second one was today. And we're asking you to what extent you think these developments will go towards combating crime in the country. Okay, hello? Hello? You're on? Okay. 0817-0000951 0810-951-0951, and for your messages 0701-9339-962. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Prince Ajibo.
You're welcome to the show.
Yeah, my name is Dima.
Okay.
Yeah, Prince. Honestly, I think the police should do the first thing first, and which is they should first of all purge themselves of the bad eggs.
Okay, you don't care about these apps they've come up with?
Number two thing to do. Okay. The number one thing first is to clean themselves, to remove all the bad eggs, the bad elements that are giving them bad things.
Okay.
You first of all count one before you count two. if they still have those bad eggs in their mix, those app and whatever thing they are doing is babash.
Okay.
Because those bad eggs will still help in disabling the app
Okay.
to allow those criminals to have their ways. Get my point?
Yeah,
you
I do.
You have cases of listen. You have cases of people carrying drugs in the airport. Those working at the airport, they will be the one to disable the devices to catch them. Immediately those who pass, they on it back. So if you don't read them off the past element, your app or whatever thing you are bringing out will be almost good to for nothing.
All right. Thank you.
Take my advice. Thank you.
You should be telling the police. Okay. That advice should go to the police. So the police should develop an app that will take care of the bad eggs amongst them first before talking about coming up with other apps that Nigerians will use, Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Yes, you're welcome to the show.
Yeah. Concerning this
your name and location first, please. Your name and location first.
Okay, my name is Mr. Rebecca, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right. Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah. Concerning this app by the police, they welcome development, but honestly speaking, I don't really support that, because looking at what they are facing in this country, and now the police to an extent, of course they are trying, but they need to put more effort. You're talking about app instead of ironing out the major thing that is disturbing the country. You're talking about app. I think it will really, to me, it will really open the way for more crime to come up. So I don't really support it.
Okay.
Yes,
How?
Because remember we have those are we like say cyber theft. So they know how to operate on that, so they can manipulate the app.
Okay.
You understand? So they need to look into it properly before exposing it to the general public.
All right.
They have to really. Hello?
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Okay, they need to. Hello?
Yeah.
Can I say?
Could you finish, please? Yes.
Yeah, like I said, you need to look into it properly. You understand? There should be other devices that will help or in backing up the app, not just bringing out to the general public, because the crime that we are facing are becoming much.
All right.
So.
Okay. Right. Thank you for your time. I'm sure. I believe they would have gone through those processes before making the apps available to the Nigerian public. And I'm sure also that you have several apps on your phone. I don't know if you subject them to these scrutiny before you start using them. But it's Nigeria, and sometimes we're suspect. We will tend to take things. We want to be very cautious with certain things, because when it has to do with Nigeria and Nigerians, even Nigerians feel that way. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, Mr. Zion, good afternoon to you.
You're welcome back, Mr. Zion.
That app is not the solution to the problem.
It wouldn't help in any way?
No way. It's just one of those jamborees, honestly speaking. Why didn't they tell us we have now owned a silicon company, let Nigerians come and apply and start working?
No, we'll start from 1 before we get to 2 now. Come on.
Sir, the Nigerian police is just being busy for nothing.
Oh.
For nothing.
That's really harsh.
The NIM and so on, we have registered to cop crime. How many are they using copying one crime? How many? The NIM.
Okay, Mrs. Zion is gone. I think it's just a way of you have a platform on which you can reach the police easily. Something is happening, instead of dialing 911. I don't know if those emergency numbers work. That number works in Nigeria. Calling the police. Is it 122 or 19911? I don't know. I have no idea. Instead of doing that, you just go to your app and send a message of pictures and whatever, and prompt action according to them will be taken. So, well, I really do not know. Okay, it's 20 minutes before 5 o'clock. We will now do a rehash of the stories we are looking at this afternoon on the platform, and then I'll return to taking more of your calls and, of course, the messages. Okay, so here they are, talking about the headlines of the stories. Youths in Ahoda East appeal to authorities to provide buses to help residents relocate to higher ground. National Rice Producers, Processors, Millers and Marketers Association of Nigeria and Rivers State asked federal government to put 19.2 billion naira palliative for farmers to good use. 3 persons die in Enugu State following protests by traders over sealing of shops by government. And Nigerian police force unveils app to aid in fight against crime. All right. Okay, let me take messages now. Ahoda West moved to where, my brother? Okay, we're actually talking about Ahoda East, but I'm sure this has to do with Ahoda West as well. We have not recovered from the last flood. 60% of us don't even have house again. The last year flood swept our houses away and verify 60% of houses here are mud house. What has NEMA, SEMA, federal government, NDDC done about it? Move to where? These questions are coming from Innocent Child. Okay, he didn't state where he's texting from. Good evening, Prince. The only thing to stop sit at home in East is to release Mazin Namdekano to go. Peace will come back to East. Chima from Malakai. Are you implying that he's got something to do with the sit at home and the attack on innocent people? Because he said he has nothing to do with it. So if you're saying peace will only return when he's been freed or when he's released, that it means that maybe he has a hand in it. Okay. Kem Hosfall is saying, good day, Ajuba. Traders in the southeast are in a confused state right now. The state government should really be professional in handling the issue so as not to add to the sorry situation people face over there. Thank you, Kem Hosfall. I think that makes plenty of sense. Jubo, because the rich are not badly affected by the flood, that is why government has not deemed it necessary to address the issue over the years. I thought it was government of the people. I was wrong in my definition. I advise those living in flood area to help themselves. They should not rely on government of the rich before it's too late. Mr. Lucky sent it on in. Yes, government of the people, but the question is it for the people? We hear it's of the people, for the people and by the people. So it's of and it's by. I don't know if it's by the people, but I'm sure it's of the people. But whether it's for the people is the question we should be asking. Okay, I'll be taking calls shortly. Prince, it is very unfortunate that people lost their lives. I don't know why the government closed their shops. That the government provide adequate security for them, because the way these people operate, they shoot sporadically to the people or on the people without mercy. Let him provide security to people on Mondays to enable people do their business. From Nyesom. Okay, Nyesom, thank you for your message. Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Zion.
Okay, Mr. Zion.
The issue in Enugu State, I think the government of the day in Enugu State is now more worse. Their action is worse than what the so-called unknown gunmen are doing. You cannot provide security for your people. Your people ran away, they locked their shops, and you came to seal it up. Which of them is more worse now? See, you should apply the stick and carrot approach.
Stick and carrot for the traders or for the unknown gunmen?
For the unknown gunmen.
Okay.
For the people carrying out this action.
Okay.
The people are the victims. They have not survived. People have been killed. People are dead on this issue. Just to put it to your notice, I've also affected my company too. In Imo State, policemen that were attached to our company was sure these are not even providing information on the public. The truth is this: the people of the southeast and south, the way they are handling this issue, they don't even want peace. And the innocent citizens are the ones bearing the brunt. Why can't the governors of the south and the southeast come to a consensus? As a plebiscite, what do we do? What is the issue? If the people say all we are looking for is to free Nnamdi Kanu, then why don't you free him? Because the more you keep that guy in detention, every hour that counts, one person must die. One person must go for it. Look what is going on in that environment.
Okay.
And for you to look for a solution, you're adding more problem to it.
All right, Mr.
It's
Zion.
unfortunate for the kind of government the people voted, of course. they voted the kind of person or the kind of people they are. That's what they voted into office for themselves.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Zion. 1 hour, somebody dies every 1 hour as a result of the situation in the southeast. I don't know where I got that information. I mean, the statistics from Mrs. Zion. I'm not disputing it, but I don't know where it came from. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Goody, coming from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Goody. Good to have you.
It's never true that every hour somebody dies. Right. And again, see what we did here. We can ask them, go back to your 5 states. This is not Jaffa. Can you remember the first time they came to Ilele, Shupo, that attacked men and children? And we said, go away. And we proactively acted. That was why we could not see any of them. This thing is not about South and Southeast. It's only Southeast. We told them, go back to Southeast. That is where you belong to. If our state is not Biafra, then for somebody to say release or no release, the fear of government may be, if we release now the car, it may be the word. Let it go through the court process. So they will finalize everything. Everything will be settled. If you release something like the first time they released him, before you know it, the problem everywhere. They went out.
Okay. Let's remain on the issue. Okay.
The only thing is this: make sure that all this sit at home does not work. That case is in a court process. It's in the Supreme Court.
How do you make sure the sit at home does not work?
It is supposed not to work because it is illegal. You don't have government upon government, and government doesn't give order. Another person give order.
But it's happening.
In a place where there is no ruler.
It is happening. Okay, it is happening, and the people are chosen to go by the.
It's not choosing. It's not because people force it into people.
That's what I'm saying. They fear these gunmen more than they fear the government, or more than they trust the government.
Even the bad boys in the street, people sometimes fear them more than police now. You know those.
All right. Thank you for your time.
They don't have leader. They don't have organizer.
Okay.
And
Thanks.
somebody outside is even another one. Somebody in the prison.
Oh, okay. We have to go now. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Back to the message portal. The best way to stop the sit at home is to release the leader of the indigenous will of Biafra immediately. We know the truth, but because of how we are wired as black people, we shy away from it. No name here, no location here. Okay, that's not for me, I guess. All right, let's see. Those living and doing business in River State should now appreciate Wike, who nipped this problem in the bud. Those in the Southeast should support and cooperate with their governors to end this sit at home. Only the governors cannot do it. Collins is saying that. Police are the ones that hijacked the peace protest in Enugu State. My name is Ome Taraburu. Okay. And, okay, I'll take a call now. Hello?
Yes, please, Ajibo, good evening.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That is Moses, calling from Omagwa.
Okay.
Yes, my comment on the thing that is happening that happened at Enugu. Here, the governor gave the order, and the other group of persons the order. But sometimes it's like I've come to the conclusion that this thing is trickling down. The thing will gradually go to the level where Nigeria as a whole, can no longer manage it. Because it's like even the leaders of this country don't want to do anything about it. The people are left on their own. If they can do anything, they should do. Imagine a governor will say that people should not come out, and he did not provide a security to these people.
Government said people should come out.
Yes.
Okay.
Indirectly, I think if he had provided security for the generality of the people of Enugu State, I don't think the killing would have occurred. So imagine the whole thing. Okay, and because of this thing, you see that next time people will not obey because somebody will die. People will die now. I don't know who will take care of them or their family. So everything is just and this will trickle down. This will affect this country. And I don't know what our leaders are doing. Let me help us though, because now I see that they are pushing us to the wall, and it may result in another thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hello?
Prince, Good evening, and good afternoon. Emeka from Owerri.
Okay, Emeka, you're welcome.
Since government protested 4 days ago, nobody was killed. And traders and the bank that was closed came out to say, leave our business. Somebody died. Are you asking who killed those people? And security men were there. You don't need to ask. It's the government of Enugu that killed those people. When they protested, nobody was killed. See, let me tell you, you don't have any right to close my business, my personal shop, which you contributed absolutely nothing to. I want to advise those people in Enugu to sue the Enugu state government to court. I can open when I like. You don't force me to open my shop. You don't force me. This is my personal business run by me. If you talk of tax, I'll pay you your tax. You don't have any right to close my business when I decide to say I want to rest. I want to go home. I
want to rest. Yes.
Yes. You don't have any right.
Yes.
You don't have any right. What move has that governor makes? He came to what to release this man called Nanikalu. Look at what happened in DSS today. Okay. It was exactly what DSS is doing in this bank.
All right. Thank you. You made a point.
They should sue him. Let us sue him to court.
All right. Thank you for calling. Hello.
Yeah, Ajibo. Good evening once again.
You're welcome back.
Yeah, this is D-Man. Ajibo, this is a country where our leaders don't take care of their parts, and yet they want us to take care of our own parts. Most of them, all of them, are refusing to open shop on Mondays, not because they like the sit-at-home thing, but because those that active sit-at-home will come against them, will kill them, massacre them if they open their shop on Monday. So you, the governor that is asking them to open their shop, or else you seal it up. What have you done? What security measures have you put in place in order to secure them as against when these boys will come for them? So we have leaders that just come out and make one health statement without asking themselves, have we done the things we're supposed to do first? You want me to open my shop on Monday so that those boys, the ESN and whatever boys will come and bundle me and kill me? No, now. They just want to do their own part first. It's very clear.
All right.
Thank you.
You too. Thank you for your time. Okay, more messages. We have another 4 minutes or thereabouts. Hi, Prince. I laugh when some callers call and lambast the governor of Enugu State. Prince, the security the present governor of Enugu State have put in place, I'm not sure we have such here in Rivers State. It's just that the people are not willing to come out. They are not helping matters. Ifeanyi Chukwu Nwodo. All right, Ifeanyi Chukwu, I don't know if you're texting in from Enugu State. You didn't put that here, but I would have loved to know the kind of security measures or security the man has put in place, talking about the governor. All right. Okay. Prince, good afternoon. I feel bad hearing callers saying traders should disobey the sit-at-home order. Do these callers and the state governor want the traders to disobey and lose their lives? It is really unfortunate, Prince. These boys enforcing the sit-at-home are deadly. Anybody who is supporting the governor should drive to the southeastern state on the Monday instead of staying safe in the south and advising people to risk their lives. It is unfortunate. Thank you. I am go to court from Eneka. All right, go to court. Thank you for your message. Good evening, Prince. The appeal by order used is in order. The government should look into that. People are suffering a lot, I must tell you. Nicholas Erasmus. Thank you, Nicholas. Prince, what is the moral value of those that will be making use of the apps being launched by the police? When it will matter most, the apps will experience glitches. This is Nigeria. What eats the kola nuts is inside the kola nut itself. From 2 Timothy in Port Harcourt. Timothy, why don't you start first now, and then you report the glitches later? And you went on to say, now that people are dying and shops sealed as a result of Enugu State government enforcing a non-sit-at-home order, what is the difference between the governor and Simon Ekpa and the enforcers of sit-at-home? From, 2 Timothy again. All right. Thank you. Prince, did you see the crowd that came out to protest? How many are these guys that people are afraid of? With this crowd, I'm sure these killers will be scared. With this crowd, I'm sure these killers will be scared. That's why I said the people are not helping. Okay, one man with a gun and 50 men who are not armed. Who should be afraid of who? Or who should? Okay, so the difference is between the guns, okay? I'm sure if these people can defend themselves, they would not be afraid of the gunmen. Okay, this is where we'll be putting dropping anchor on the show. But Mazi Ikego just walked in. Hello, Mazi.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Have you had lunch?
Yeah, of course, yes.
We hear the police have come up with 2 apps. I mean, one was some days ago, but the other one for today, saying that we should download them on our phones and use to report crimes. That will help in curbing crime across Nigeria. What do you make of those apps?
Yeah, Okon is a good one.
Okay.
It's a good one. Okay, the only thing I will tell them, because they should make it to be effective.
It's already running now, so how effective do you
The
want
last one that I downloaded.
Okay, you downloaded the first one.
Yes,
that was from last week,
first
right?
one, yes.
Okay.
I have that one.
Okay, that's good.
Up to today, I'm still waiting for authentication.
Authentication.
Thank you. I'm still waiting for it up till now.
What? Authenticate what?
To authenticate my number now.
That you're in Nigeria.
Or maybe my email. Yes, they will send code there so that I can, up till today, I'm still waiting for it. So I don't know how, but I encourage Nigerians, if your own work is a good thing. Because I don't talk time with that number. That is good. The only way we can fight insecurity in Nigeria
is when the people are
if we can use technology. Number 1, kitten technology. Number 2.
Now you're speaking English. I didn't know you could speak.
Yes, yes. Number 2.
Kitten what? What did you call it? I don't even know the word. Kitten.
What is it?
You said number 1 is what?
Number 1, technology.
Number 2.
Number 2, cashless economy.
You've gone to cash.
That is the only time we have less insecurity, no kidnapping, nothing. Even crime reduced. It was during the cashless
they
economy.
will capture and you say transfer money, and the police will not be able to track.
No, they don't receive transfer that time. Okay. They don't try it. You want to put yourself for trouble.
Okay. Even the ones we know, the ones where we hear police forcing people to transfer money to a particular account, I think somebody
those ones,
reported
they still catch them now. That one is easy to track them and know the police.
All right. As I mentioned earlier on, we'll be dropping anchor right now. Thank you so very much for doing this with me. Stay put, Mazi Ike God. Let me call him by his proper title so he doesn't get mad at me. Mazi Ike God will be taking over from me. Of course, up next is Waiting They Happen. Stay on the dial, 95.1 to the FM Port Harcourt. I'll see you again some other time. Bye-bye.
20 million. One population of 6 billion. 6 billion. Divide that 1 by 1, 20 million all together. Oh yeah. All together. The answer you get now waiting, they make people they jar. Come on for Niger. Answer you get now waiting, they make people want talk. The answer you get.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
Waiting they happen late.
They say wahala in English.
Now this one wahala be like bicycle. They just
Waiting they happen. Now for today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomkwem. Now here you go here. Waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga story them, where go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them come give you acid the hot.
Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. It goes their blood. They chopper. Is this one? No worry. When time will reach, I'll say I want to take. I can see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go punket for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you no miss them at all.
All right, I'm going to buy you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Say this down there. They listen to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Okay, before we go move immediately, make we hear from our guests. What they hear, they look us. Guests, welcome. This now Aroma Real Estate. Aroma Real Estate talk show. Aroma Real Estate, welcome and tell country people waiting you bring up for country people.
Thank you, Mazi. I greet you, Mazi. I greet country people. I greet MC Kuro. Thank you wherever they hear us from, country people. This is 95.1 Today FM. We day here, Aroma Real Estate day here to tell you how to become a landlord, because some people think say it no dey possible, but Aroma Real Estate say it is possible to become a landlord this year.
Okay, thank you very much. Tell us where your estate there and the price then where for them.
Our estate day for locations where go to your body. As I dey always tell people, we get our Montana estate, that one day for Abara within the Rivers State University Abara campus. Yes, that one they sell for 695,000. I won't just remind people say, from next month this price will go up. So you better come now, no. So that they will tell us, say, I've been down here as I've been the talker. Yes, and we get our fine city classic estate. That one they sell for 750. Yes, around the Port Harcourt International Airport.
Okay. I'm going to tell us how now they take a pay, how person fit take a pay English. They call them payment plan and which kind of documents now they give clients.
Our payment plan they very pocket friendly. This is because as you they buy land, you live your life, you don't want to make the other one they suffer. So because of that, we they tell people say even if you get 100,000 naira as first deposit, then you go deposit that one, decide how you want to pay the balance.
Okay.
Maybe it go take you 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months, even 18 months. Or if it is saying 5,000 you hold, yes. Why it good make you do this one? Be say if you don't pay this first deposit, even if next month the price increase, you go buy for the old price. That is why they tell people say that money where they your hand, they very important to take and start the journey of becoming a landlord with Aroma Real Estate. Then the documents where we they give be say when you buy land from us, even when you do your first deposit of 50,000, 5,000 or 100,000 naira, we go give you our payment receipt. That one at to show say yes, your money day with us. As you finish up, we go give you our deed of conveyance. Deed of conveyance na 2-in-1 document. Yes, because that one get registered survey plan inside. Then final na letter of allocation we go give you to show you the name of the estate and your plot number.
Yes. Okay, that one good to hear. If person buy land, because I don't hear say una the fit to buy, they sell.
Yes.
If person buy land finish for na hand, can't tell you say I beg, make una help me resell them, or maybe something happen I want resell them. How now they take a handle that type for customer?
That one good be say plenty people they always think say this land where they buy. What if I want sell them? I fit sell them or na go fit help me sell them? How the price go day? Because of that, Aroma Real Estate we get our program where we they call buy low, sell high. Now one be say if you buy from our Montana estate for 695,000 within the Rivers State University, if you buy them, then you won't sell them in 6 months. You go make 20% interest on top of that money where you won't take sell them, because we there to help you sell them in case you no get buyer. Then if you leave them for 12 months, you go make 40% interest on top of the money where you take buyer. See as that one they work. Yes.
That one on a good information be that too. Good to make people rush this one because you know say land business as soon as they talk they think they sabi go up, you know they come down. Well. Be the problem where we get for land business be that. So this one on a correct business opportunity be this one.
Yes.
I'm make we move immediately. If person come buy land, okay, I don't ask you that one already, but give us where your office is there and your phone number. Make contact.
Our office there for number 10 NTA Choba Road, Rumokuta Junction. There inside Ada Odum Shopping Center.
Okay.
Now there our office there, you know they're difficult to locate us. Yes, and our phone numbers now 0806 4919 962. That number again 0806 4919 962, and the second phone number 0703 1109 663. That number again 0703 1109 663, and the third phone number 0803 9373 969. That number again 0803 9373 969.
That one good to hear. How person if you take see this your property, the land?
Yes, we always advise our listeners, our prospect, our clients, say it good make you see the land where they buy, because land no be private property where you go carry for your head, go show person when one buy. So because of that, we tell people say come our office for Rumokuta Junction there. Now we go drive you, go show you the land. You know, why we tell people to come see the land again? We say when you reach there, if you get for mind saying I want plot, I want buy, but the thing go come enter your eye, your faith go increase. You go say, okay, if you take 2 plots, of course we get enough plot for everybody. So come our office, now we will go show you where the land is.
Okay. That one good to hear. Okay, give us a reason where make it look. Say Aroma Real Estate, is that different from other real estate companies?
Aroma Real Estate, they different from other real estate companies with plenty reasons.
Okay.
And before I will give you those 2 reasons, make I just call our phone numbers again. 0806 4919 962. That number again. 0806 4919 962.
Okay.
The second phone number 0703 1109 663. That number again 0703 1109 663. And the third phone number 0803 9373 969. That number again 0803 9373 969. Now Aroma Real Estate, they different from other companies because number one, we they do instant allocation. Waiting that one mean be say even if you pay 5,000, you pay 100,000, any amount when you deposit, we go show you your property, we go show you your layout, we go take you go show you where the land dey. You if yourself secure and say okay, see where my plot dey, and we dey make sure say any land where we dey acquire, it dey free from government interference and community wahala. Yes, we too, because now money we invest.
That's one of the important. Okay, give us your phone number again and give us your last word.
Yes, because I want to remind people again, say our group city estate.
How to breathe? Say I. And those who again say nay. The eyes have it, the poor must be allowed. Prayer is that let the poor breathe. And then Senator Mustafa has seconded that the poor should breathe.